Good morning, ladies and gents. We're just saying there's a short delay because many people are stuck in the traffic with this rain, and apparently there's a tree on the highway, and so many people are still on their way. But we're not going to delay it for much longer. Let's say another 5 minutes or so, and we will be with you. Thank you for your patience.
and only fade it up when I speak? Or does it stay on? It says on. They must be careful then. Mhm. Microphone check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Nimrod Ngosi. May I please have you take your seats wherever you are. If you get in your coffee, please get your coffee. We are about to start. And our speakers, please be ready. We are starting now. Thank you so much. So find your way to your tables. Come through. In the meantime, keep your phones on silent or vibrate. Um, and please also be mindful of the space and the people that are here, following all the rules that I'll be telling you. This is a non-smoking venue, so please do not smoke inside the venue. We thank you that you made it safely to the venue, and thank you. So anyone that's making tea, getting biscuits, please get ready and get to the table so that we can start in exactly 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58. Sengithatha isithombe. Ayi no ngishaya igrand mfethu. Yabona, yabona. Yizwa ne? Sure. Can I have my mic just slightly up? Slightly up. Thank you. Yes. Greetings. Yeah. To see you. Thank you very much. My lady. My love. I'm fine, Queen, and how are you?
Oh, you get busy.
Yes, my queen.
Can I read the link? What did you do recently? Your work recently?
We did.
LLB.
Oh, yes. What you mean?
Nikili Vuyo's mom.
Isn't it? Is this your space? Yeah, I'll talk to you. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's number one show. Second is they're working on it. So and see which other characters they can include this morning. Yes. Yeah. Gosh, that's good. You said that. Feels meaningful. Yeah. 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 This is our first call for Mama Frempong. This is the first call. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Nimrod Nkosi. I'm your MC for this morning. Now, whenever we do these with the taxi industry, they like to pray and they start the day like that. So I'm going to give a universal prayer if you do not mind. May I? May I? Okay, let's go then. Is there a no? I heard a no. I heard a no. Is there a no? No? We do the prayer? All right, let me do the prayer. Thank you so much. To the creator of love and light, help us to love one another, to grow one another, to be peaceful with one another. Amen. It's going to be a wonderful program. We're in Pinoni. The time in Pinoni right now, you might want to set your clock back 2 hours. No, I'm kidding. It's going to be a wonderful morning. I'm going to be your MC for today. It is my great pleasure and singular honor to serve you and to be here today. I am a television presenter and actor by trade. I have done this for the past 30 years. I started with a show called Jam Alley when I was like 21. So that was the show that changed my life. A show that I didn't even want to do, but thereby the creator's love and light, I got to be on that path. I finished that show and I did Lotto. For a while, I was the Lotto man. So I was there. You could be a millionaire guy with Amor Vitoni. And for so many years, South Africans thought, my goodness, I know the numbers as well, you know. And I thought if I did, I wouldn't live here. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I had the pleasure on working on reality television, a show called Utatako. It's a show where people seeked our help in finding their fathers via the process of DNA testing. And DNA testing to our people is very, very new because they believe they look at the head of the child. If the head of the child is the same as the uncle's or the granddad, that's our child. But science came through and interrupted that. And when we did that, we said, no, the head is his, but that's not his son, you know? So we did that show. It was a wonderful, wonderful show. Taught me a lot about people, taught me a lot about humility. Currently, I am doing Generations. I play a very dirty politician called Walter Ngaba. I had the pleasure with Showmax as well to do a show called LLB, where I own a law firm. So that is my story in short. In between, I work with young people. I take my time. I go to Soweto townships where I can reach and I offer my skills. I take them to sets sometimes where I am shooting so that they see the work that we do. Some love camera work, some love writing. For those who love screenwriting, I take them and I sit them with the writers. So that's what I do with my life. And I do this as well. This is what I love doing. So that is me in short, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ReImagine of road safety. Thank you so much. Award-winning presenter Nochalne. I've always said I would have done my job as an entertainer if I even come close in being at the same standard as Mr. Rian van Kreyvagen, an institution of our country. Yes, we laugh at Rian, but Rian has done his job like for so many years, for 30, 33, 35 years until he quit. But he has done it with absolute aplomb. So I hope that I will do that with my career. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kick it off. Our opening address will be from Umama P4, Ano Frampong, Chief Executive Officer, Transport Education Training and Authority. She's a sweetheart. Well, I don't know, to me she is, because she's always there to encourage. She's always there to empower as well. So Mama Frampong, can you please come to the stage for the opening? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO, Mama Anna Frampong.
I'm obviously not the CEO, I'm just loading the presentation quickly.
This is TETA CEO. Is a presentation.
I do the controls, straightforward.
Next slide.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this critical workshop in road safety. Thanks to all the stakeholders that are here. For us all, recognizing that road safety is a responsibility of everyone, to talk about how collectively we can reimagine road safety. And in this summit, I'm looking forward to the engagements coming from the different categories of road users and different institutions that are involved in road safety, so that we can all collectively address the issue that South Africa faces when it comes to carnages. My presentation is going to cover what TETA as an institution does when it comes to road safety, and how TETA works with all the other role players to work together for road safety purposes. I am privileged in a sense that I have worked in the Department of Transport in a division that was called Pedestrian Safety in 2000 and the years afterwards. And one of the things that that unit was responsible for was to work together with all role players, be it law enforcement, be it people involved in infrastructure, be it people that are involved in education, people involved in community initiatives, and work together to see how South Africa can affect the road safety issue. Now, when I joined TETA many years later, TETA also had to play a role as one of the critical role players to bring road safety to the attention of all road users. We are here today as part of the ways in which we're engaging. We're looking for ways to consolidate the initiatives covering the road sector mainly when it comes to road safety. Now, TETA has a plan and has had a plan for about 5 years, and now we're moving into the next 5 years. And we have put together some money, not that much, and we have made some targets, and our targets are road safety initiative targets. We have put for ourselves an outcome that says, how are we going to increase transport safety interventions, and how we will know that those interventions are working is when safety improves and when people don't die in large numbers on the roads. So in our strategic plan from 2023 to 2025, we have done altogether 36 activations or road safety programs, mainly focusing in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, KZN, Limpopo, and Eastern Cape. And our initiatives, because we are an education and training institution, and that facilitates that, it has been about creating awareness. And we have reached about using radio and using a variety of media platforms, we have reached about 6 million listeners on different radio stations. Using television as another mode, we've reached about 30 million viewers. And on social media, be it Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and even on the TETA website, we've been able to produce videos that address road safety. Now, if we look at the current statistics in South Africa, especially if we look at the festive season, which usually is a problem, even though road safety is a problem throughout the year, you would see that when the minister presented the statistics, there was not a single province that did not have an accident that led to somebody dying. KZN was leading with 247 fatal crashes and with 304 people dying out of those accidents. Gauteng was the second one. There were 224 accidents and 235 people died. Now, those are terrible statistics to look at, and that is why we as TETA always look for partners that can help us in this regard. But the one that frustrates the most is that even though the Department of Transport has a pedestrian safety unit, which is now located in the RTMC as a road safety unit, pedestrians in South Africa are still dying in large numbers. When the minister presented the statistics, it was clear that 41% of the people that died were pedestrians, which means that we are not winning the war in South Africa. But maybe we need to say, is it a South African problem alone, or is it a problem that affects the entire world? Now, because I work for government, and because RTMC works for government, SANRAL works for government, Road Traffic Infringement Agency works for government, RAF, Road Accident Fund, works for government. These are the entities of government that are working with different constituencies to address road safety. But South Africa as a nation does not only look at South Africa alone in isolation of the rest of the world. We have a national development plan where there are certain targets the country needs to meet, and all of us are working together with the private sector, civil society, to make sure that we all achieve the issues that have been set to be achieved in the NDP. Then South Africa also is a party of the African Union, and the African Union also has targets for the African continent to achieve in different areas. But not only that, road safety is actually a global phenomenon. It's a global issue. There is sustainable development goals that have been set, and all nations in the world have to contribute towards the goals and the targets that have been set there. If we look at the SDG goals, when it comes to road safety, the goals that are important is goal 3 and goal 11, which is ensuring that people have good health and their well-being is secured. Now, when it comes to that goal, whether you are in South Africa or anywhere in the continent, you have to have a target to achieve that goal. But if we want to make sure our people are well, then we have to make sure they don't die in accidents. And they also have to make sure they protect themselves. But not only protecting them in road accidents, when infrastructure is built, it must take into account how to protect road users, pedestrians, commuters, those that are cycling, those that are running, and all those. So when it comes to the SDG goals, goal 3 and goal 11 are the goals that apply to road safety. And TETA as an institution also targets to assist together with all of you to address those goal 3. When it comes to goal 3, there are targets that have been set. And today, as I'm speaking to you, ministers in the African continent have congregated in Morocco because there's a 10-year plan, 2020 to 2030, and they are doing an assessment how in the African continent we are doing with regards to goal 3 and goal 11. And the RTMC is currently attending on behalf of South Africa. But when it comes to the targets, what are the targets saying for us? The targets require, number 1, every country in the world must have a comprehensive, multi-sectoral, national road safety action plan. Every country, South Africa has to have that. It has to be comprehensive. It must be multifaceted. It must involve all of the stakeholders. All of the efforts must be integrated. Now, South Africa has that plan, and that plan, to some extent, TETA has a role to play there. RTMC has a role to play there. Provinces have a role to play there. SANRAL has a role to play there. Road Accident Fund has a role to play there. Road Traffic Infringement Agency has a role to play there. But the private sector has a role to play there. Civil society has a role to play there. Academics have a role to play there. And manufacturers have a role to play in this multi-sectoral national road safety action plan for South Africa. So there will be these meetings in the continent, but there will be ultimately a global meeting, and every year a global report is drafted to say, how is the African continent doing? How is Asia doing? How is Europe doing? And how is the other continents doing when it comes to road safety? So I do believe that when we are sitting here, we must recognize that our inputs are so important to inform the South African comprehensive action plan. The next one is countries must use the legal requirements that have been put in place to deal with safe belt usage, speeding, and all sorts of those things. Some of the rules have to even be about what kind of cars are on the road. In other continents, a car that is more than 5 years old cannot be allowed on the road. In the African continent, when they ride away from that rule, they take those old cars to the South African continent. Unfortunately, we buy those cars. But the other one is our roads, when they are being built, they have to reach a certain technical standard that is applicable across. 75% of travel on existing roads must meet the technical standard for all road users. 100% of new and used vehicles must reach a certain standard. And 50% of our cars must have a certain limit that they reach. So there are targets that we are working, all of us, towards meeting those targets. And TETA alone cannot do it. We all need to work together. One of the things that is affecting South Africa a lot is that we've got motorcycles, we've got bikers. And now that there is e-commerce, people are getting things delivered using motorcycles. If you look at the road on any given day, there's a truck there, there's a taxi there, there's a sedan there, there's a small utility truck there, there's a person on a bike, there's a person that is walking. There are different road users that are using one stretch of road at the same time, increasing the chance of a road carnage. But if you look starting from today, going back home, and you see somebody from Checkers 6060 being delivered, just check if they are all wearing helmets. The ones I've seen, they are not all wearing helmets. But the standard is they must wear helmets. And there's a target that by 2030, every person riding on a motorcycle must be wearing a helmet. And if I ask you in the room, are they wearing helmets? If they get injured, it becomes a problem of government. They have to go to hospital. The family members lose a family member. The next one is that all of us, by 2030, we must wear seat belts. Even your passengers in your sedan must wear a seat belt. Do our passengers and our commuters wear seat belts? I'm asking, are we not using the road? Those that use a taxi, did you put a seat belt? When you're transporting your kid at the back of the car, do they put on the seat belt? And these modern cars, when you enter them, they say, "Ti-ti-ti-ti-ti-ti," and they show you that the seat belts at the back have not been put on. So we are in 2025. By 2030, all of us must get used to putting on seat belts. Not only the driver. And don't put the seat belt and sit on it. Because when it makes that noise, you then put it behind and you sit there. You're not helping us. You're not helping the number of people that get maimed on roads is just too much money than the country can afford. Another target is every country by 2030 must have reduced by 50% people that die because they were drinking and they were driving. The other one is there must be laws that say we must not use mobile phones when we are driving. I've seen traffic officers, they check seat belts, they check the disc, and they don't check that you are using the phone that much. It's worse. If I'm a pedestrian, they can't write me a ticket. There's no law that says that. But the decade plan says every person, especially that is driving, must not be using mobile phones. The other one is if you're driving a long distance, rest. 2 hours, rest. The last one is if we can find a way from the time people get involved in an accident to the time they get first aid to the time they get to the hospital, we can reduce deaths. That is what the standards are. So ministers are meeting in Morocco to check how have they done against these targets. And I can tell you sitting here, we're not doing pretty good. The next one is with regards to infrastructure. When it comes to infrastructure, there should be safe, affordable, accessible transport system that allows for road safety, so that even with public transport, we should take into account people with special needs and children and so forth. I'm just reflecting a whole range of things that at a global level, everyone has to comply with. But let's look at why are we doing all of that. It's because we recognize that safer roads are so important for mobility and for transportation. Takes into account that for us to make it, for us to grow, for us to have an impact, we have to be able to be alive to see tomorrow. Now, in the African continent as well, there are goals. And here is just to reflect to you, how is Africa as a whole comparing to the rest of the world when it comes to road safety? If you look at the Department of Health, of all the top 10 causes of death, road accidents are cause number 8 in the world. Road traffic fatalities in the world usually affect pedestrians, they affect cyclists, they affect commercial motorcyclists. And in the middle and low income countries, including South Africa, out of 10 traffic fatalities, 9 will come from our continents. Globally, the percentages are as follows. In Asia is 28%, Western Pacific region is 25%, in the African region is 19%. So that global report shows that in the world, Africa is sitting at a disadvantage together with some Middle East countries. And one of the reasons is because of road infrastructure, where there are no pedestrian pathways, where there are less paved roadways, where there is a mixture of traffic, where there is congestion, and a whole range of things, including animals that are on our national roads. Now, in the continent, because we learn from the rest of the world, is that if you have an integrated transport system for public road users, you reduce the congestion on the roads, and it also helps with road safety. So if you go to Tanzania, they're investing in moving trucks and moving freight to the rail. In Zambia, they are doing that. Tanzania is doing so. Nigeria is doing that. Ghana, Morocco, Egypt, and all these other African countries, including South Africa. But also you would see in Africa, including South Africa, we're investing in mass public bus transport. We're also investing in integrated public transport programs, and also trying to see how all role players can collaborate in road safety. So these are just to share with you that in the world, road safety is a problem. Let me actually call it road carnages are a problem. And it's a multifaceted problem that cannot be addressed in isolation, in silos, by everyone. So if you look at some programs that are currently running, some are including different role players to ensure that we implement programs that can work to save lives. If you come to South Africa, to a large extent, we are doing this, but I do believe we can do more. If you drive on the road, you'll see that a company, an insurance company in South Africa, there are 2 of them actually, that are involved in road safety. One of the insurance company actually patches road, what do we call this, potholes? Because they are actually recognizing potholes can cause accidents. That's their contribution. If you read their corporate social investment report, they say we are investing in road pothole patching. The same company also gets involved in ensuring that people are safe by educating them on road safety. Another one usually helps us when there is a traffic light not working. They actually pay for people to work as traffic control guys, and they wear the suits they wear, and they let people pass. But imagine if all insurance companies, banks, and all the role players could all congregate in one room and say to the department, we want to collaborate, and all of us start working in an integrated way. I do believe South Africa can see an improvement in safe mobility. So we need government to work together. We need the private sector to work together. We need civic society and communities to work together. We need all different role players to work together. And those of us that are in education and training definitely can get involved to the extent that it is possible and work with all of you to create road safety awareness for the different road users. So we as TETA are using this platform to say to you, the problem is big and this elephant cannot be done by TETA alone. Come on board, help us, help the road users, especially the pedestrians, the public commuters, and those that at any given stage, when they leave home, they don't leave planning not to make it, but unfortunately, they meet up with a crash and an accident happens. We're asking you to use this time in your engagements to assist with ideas and strategies and collaborations to work together to improve road safety in South Africa. Thank you.
I'm not to talk about you like a part of the panel. Thank you, my lady. Do that now because can I win? Thank you so much, Mama CEO. I'm flummoxed really that during this time at this age we still need to be told to wear seatbelts, isn't it though? And it's amazing to me. I always make sure that anyone that I travel with, even at the back seat of the car, even the mechanic wears a seatbelt, just to be safe. We must. But thank you so much, Ma, for reminding us of simple things that we might have thought are insignificant, but they are very, very important, and they're very costly if not followed. Also, to give each other, reimagining road safety for me is just, let's reimagine being considerate when we are driving. Let's just reimagine that, to be considerate when we are driving. I don't know why people lose it when it's raining. I just don't get it, why people lose it. And also, let's reimagine road safety. We know this is a big SUV that you have, and the horses are amazing, man. And there I am in my little Kia driving there. You don't have to intimidate me because you're causing fear, and then fear then lets me hit something. Let's reimagine road safety. You know, that psychologically, some people are naturally nervous. Now, also to cyclists, motorcyclists, you know, when that motorcycle comes and goes, zoom, and you don't know which side it is, and you just go to the nearest side. So let's reimagine that as well. And let's reimagine road safety by prepping our trips as well. We have forgotten to prep our trips. To come here, we know it is raining. We know it's been raining for 2 weeks. We've been warned, but we don't time ourselves to come to a function sometimes. We just want to leave an hour and I'll make it, I'll use this road, I'll use the back road. Let's reimagine road safety. Plan your trip safely. Just give yourself 2 hours because we don't know what's going to happen on the road. I'm glad that other countries are on board on this, and I hope we're going to come up with flying colors here in South Africa. And now, for a presentation of about 5 minutes. But I'm 10. Okay, you want 10? All right, let's reimagine. No. No, I'm kidding, Preta. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is our diamond sponsor. It's going to give a presentation from Tecno. Umnumzane Utami Mukwena. Please may I have Umnumzane Utami Mukwena from Tecno, our diamond sponsor presentation.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a danko? Can I get a loud danko? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nimrod. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tami Mukwena, also known as Injaye Game. I'm the current product portfolio manager for Tecno, and I'll just be giving you a quick introduction of who we are. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank the CEO, Mrs. Mapifo Anofrimpong. I'd also like to thank the Transport Forum, its custodians and stakeholders. Thank you so much for having us today, Nelisa Siswe Foundation, and we are very excited to give you a synopsis of who Tecno is. Before I continue speaking with my lovely voice, I'd like to just play a short video of who Tecno is as a brand.
In a digital world full of innovation, we strive to progress and push boundaries, turning big ideas into reality by creating stylish, groundbreaking products that set trends, connect our dynamic consumers so they can create extraordinary moments together. Tecno, stop at nothing. Since 2013, we have accelerated our investment, driving innovations across our business with a simple mission of becoming the world's most admired technology brand. By developing cutting-edge technologies to create modern, stylish products and services for progressive individuals. This pursuit has driven Tecno to become a global brand with operations in over 70 countries, spanning 5 continents. Our journey began with smartphones, and fundamental to this was launching products with market-leading camera capabilities, paired with unique designs. We've taken camera technology to the next level, launching our in-house imagining lab, TIVAS. Using thousands of sample images from over 100 countries, we have established the industry's largest database of skin tones. Combining this with our advanced hardware and software innovations, our smartphones capture beautiful, accurate pictures in the most demanding conditions, so our consumers can express themselves in unique ways. We've also made breakthroughs in AI voice recognition, visual perception, and 5G communication. And by combining these technologies with our original designs and material innovations, we've created unique products infused with art and fashion, empowering our consumers to lead an active, modern lifestyle. At the forefront of our smartphone portfolio are the Phantom and Camon series. Phantom is our pioneering premium sub-brand featuring best-in-class technologies, whilst the Camon combines a professional camera experience with an artistic modern design. Finally, we have the Spark and Pova series, tailored towards dynamic Gen Z consumers and gaming fanatics. At Tecno, we are also building a digital ecosystem, including smart personal, smart business, smart home, and smart accessories, so our consumers can stay connected both at work and at home. To fulfill our mission of becoming the world's most admired technology brand, We have built an ecosystem of over 400 commercial partners, and we are supported by a network of 160,000 plus retailers, making Tecno products accessible to everyone. At Tecno, we are also committed to giving back to society, working with a range of organizations to provide more opportunities for higher education and empowering local communities to build better homes. But we don't stop here. By establishing local manufacturing centers, we are creating new jobs and improving the welfare for many of the world's emerging regions. And now, more than ever, we are committed to protecting our planet, ensuring our entire business is working towards a sustainable future. Building a stylish, innovative tech brand is a relentless pursuit. But at Tecno, we always have one eye on the future. As we enter our next chapter, we continue to stretch our imaginations as we progress and consider new possibilities for our future. There are virtually no limits to what's possible. Tecno, stop at nothing.
All right, can we get a round of applause for that? Hey, Mr. Nimrod, that's why I was asking for an additional 5 because of that video. Yeah, thank you so much. So as we continue, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. We're gonna just have a quick brand overview, which you currently did see on the video. Tecno is a well-established brand, particularly in Africa. We constantly are committed in revolutionizing the digital experience in emerging markets. Okay. We are also relentless at pushing the perfect integration in contemporary aesthetic design, as well as the latest in technology, offering a wide range of smartphones, smart wearables, as well as laptops, tablets, and our operating system for smart home products. We are constantly guided by our brand essence, which is stop at nothing. Tecno, we are committed in unlocking the best and newest technology for forward-looking thinkers as well as individuals, inspiring them to never stop pursuing their best selves. I won't play this video because Mr. Nimrod will kick me off stage. Moving over to our brand vision, like we said earlier, we want to become the most admired brand of smart devices as well as mobile services among the young at heart like yourselves in the room, as well as consumers globally. The vision is 2020, very clear. We want to provide smart devices with the latest in technology, and this is devices that are stylishly crafted for the young at heart mavericks, bringing them a modern and smartly connected lifestyle. We have 3 pillars when it comes to our brand promise, and this is bringing innovative technology with this modern and stylish design, and we create all of these technologies for the passionate and experienced users out there. Now at Tecno, we've received numerous amounts of awards as the years progressed. We incepted the market around 2013, and over the years, we've constantly been won a lot of awards in the MWC as well as the IFA awards. So the MWC and the IFA awards, it's like the global Golden Globe Awards for technology and smartphones. So we constantly do well there. Looking at our sales network coverage, we are in over 70 plus countries. And in terms of our shipment, in terms of year-on-year growth, we have a 25% increase in our Middle East and Africa in terms of shipment. And if you were to Google currently, what is the best smartphone in Africa, you'll notice that Tecno comes top of mind because we are the Tecno in technology. Can I get a danko? Moving over, we'd just like to show you some of the partners. Apologies for that. We've got global partners that we work towards creating these amazing devices, as you can see. Looking at our innovation and forward thinking, I'd like to show you a quick 5-second video of what technology we have in place. And this is just the concept phone that we've created called the Phantom Ultimate. Now, this is the kind of technology you'd wish Brother Nimrod gave you the numbers for the lotto for. However, like we said, this is just a concept just to show you guys how amazing our technology is. We've also done some amazing stuff in the world by producing robot dogs. We call this dog Dynamic One, but he also has a name called Teggy, as in tag along. For the gamers, we also have a Pocket Go. So we not only just create mobile devices, but we are groundbreakers when it comes to quite a lot of things and innovation. Looking at our research and development centers, we've come up with amazing technology and patent them, such as your AI voice recognition, visual perception. And I'll be honest, we are focused in the African market. If you think about the other manufacturers, they are much more European driven. In terms of camera capabilities, we understand that there are duck dindies in Africa. We understand there are yellow bones. But sometimes when you utilize a European market device, a yellow bone becomes a ghost, and a duck dindy you can't completely see. They are becoming orange or whatever the colors may be. So our technology has enhanced the African market skin technology. We call this visual perception. So we can read dark skin algorithms, even from the lightest to the darkest, using these algorithms. Now you ask yourself, how is this technology and transport going to coincide? Let's be honest, guys. The way we're moving forward with technology. Everything is just becoming digitized. From you being stuck on the road, you'd want to use your cell phone. So you need to make sure that the towers are on point, your device is charged up, especially now that there's no load shedding. Fine, happy, you are happy. But if there is, you need a phone that has a big battery. And this is what we're producing for the African market and consumers. All right. Now let's look at our product ecosystem. As mentioned, we have a smartphone product line, and there's 4 smartphone lines. We also have AIoT. For those who don't know what AIoT is, it's artificial intelligence of things. Okay, we've got smart business. I see we've got a lot of business people over here. Hopefully we can change your mind to go and play around with our devices so that you can shift your focus to the Tecno and technology. For security purpose, we've got smart home as well as smart accessories. As mentioned in the video, we've got the Phantom 5G. This is our flagship smart brand. It devotes itself by empowering frontier pioneers and exploring the future. We also have the Phantom 5G. This is the foldable device. Yes, we do have foldable devices and flip devices. Can I get a danko? And then last but not least, we've got the Canon and Spark range. Canon, for those who don't know what Canon is, it rhymes like Canon, the camera, correct? So this is our photography device for professional camera experience. It's also designed like that in terms of its ergonomics in your hand. We've got the Spark range. This is for the Gen Z, like all of you here, the young at heart. We also have the POVA. The POVA is for your gamers, giving you a 7,000 milliamp battery, which is amazing and phenomenal for the young youth. Looking at our entire ecosystem, as mentioned, we have smart wearables, computers, laptops, dogs. We've got quite a lot in our catalog. I would also like for you guys to take a moment on your lunch break to go visit our stand. We've got some amazing people that will take you through the devices, give you an experience so you can enjoy the devices. Moving over, these are just some of the devices you'll find on our stand. And if we look at our social responsibility and service, we are empowering the young at heart and youth, where in Africa we have quite a lot of CSR projects. We've worked with UNICEF, where we have Educate a Child. We utilize these in refugee camps. As you would know, as Mandela said, no child should go hungry or not get an education, not in those exact words, but we are working towards making those futures phenomenal for the kids that are in refugee camps. We've worked in the Philippines as well as Colombia. And for those asking about our security, yes, we work with some of the best ethical hackers out there, ensuring that you guys have security all around when utilizing our devices. And in terms of after sales, we have a brand called CalCare, where we have over 4,600 contact third contact party points, as well as 7 large repair centers globally. All right. And as a stance driver CEO, I'm hoping that we will reduce the harms that are in the. No, I'm kidding. But thank you so much for allowing us to show you our brand, and do take the time to come see it on the stand. Thank you. Danko.
Danko. Enjoy your game. Enjoy your game. Now, some things cannot be translated, right? Like snot club. You can't translate that to a Zulu man, right? But snot club. Enjoy your game to those who don't know. If I go, no. So if someone in our space, right, in our townships, if someone has, and it's bewildering and confusing for me because it stands for excellence. And Inja is a dog. And Inja again is a person that is a maverick, is a person that is a leader, it's a person that is a captain in the industry, is a person that leads their market, they're innovators, but they are Inja again. And this has grown to be a greeting as well. So to those of you who don't know, if you greet Pratami next time, you must just say, "Ezinye izinja madoda." You just say, "Ezinye izinja madoda." Thank you very much, Pratami, for your sweet voice. I will use it when I want to sleep. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pratami. Lovely presentation. Yadlala, man. Thank you, Pratami. And we are proud of the work that you're doing. And thank you for being our diamond sponsor as well. I'm looking forward to interacting with you because for me, if we're talking about a captain of the industry in Jaya Game, who needs to be an ambassador for a product that is in Jaya Game product, with my sweet voice, good looks, Pratami. So don't look any further. Don't look any further. Now let's have a conversation. I've put in 30 years in the industry. What would you say is what? You know what I mean? So let's talk, you and I. Danko. Yeah, 30 years. Can you believe it? Isn't it beautiful when the creator of light gives you an opportunity for 30 years? It's amazing. It's amazing. Going to Mama Anofampong's points about safety and reimagining road safety, perhaps it is excusable that we forget people we don't know, who are not part of our family, who did not die in a road accident. Paul Walker, Fast and Furious, passed away, road accident. If you remember Lee, may she rest in peace. She played Lee, the actress, and Isidingo was Baka's daughter. Had an accident also. I think she was driving a smart car then. Gift Liremi, Sundown soccer player, an accident as well. But no one forgets. We will go and we'll say sorry, and then it disappears because they're not members of our families. But they stay in our minds to remind us to be ever so careful when you're on those roads. So thanks, Mama, for bringing that point as well. And you brought a point of telephones. Bluetooth people really do still have to be stopped for talking on the phone. We got Bluetooth now. Let's reimagine road safety. And let's reimagine road safety by not giving bribes to road officers. That's also reimagining road safety, isn't it? I mean, I'm very fussy. If I made a mistake, I say, please write it. Write a ticket, don't worry. No, Pranimrod is okay. No, write it, write it. That's reimagining road safety. Right now, a friend of mine, we chill together almost every Friday at his house. Mr. Harry Foundation will come and introduce our sponsors, our exhibitors, and he'll tell us about the prizes to be won. If you're talking prizes, I'm your man. So it's going to be wonderful. Please can I have you come forward, Harry? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harry Van Heijsten. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Ladies and gents, I just want to bring up our program here. Right, we're privileged in having a lot of sponsors and associates with the Transport Forum. We invited them to also exhibit here today. And ladies and gents, obviously we've got a lot of people on YouTube and on Zoom participating today. So also for the sake of them, we're going to just do a walk around and introduce you to our valued sponsors and associates. I'm going to grab the mobile camera and a microphone. We're going to have a little bit of fun, and we're going to introduce you to them so that the online people can see them as well. Obviously, you will see them on the big screen here at the front. Also, many of these exhibitors have lucky draws running from their tables. The Transport Forum also has 2 lucky draws that we will do at the end of the event. Obviously, the winner must be present, or the winners must be present. So from the Transport Forum side, just for interesting sake, we've got a smoothie maker and we've got a nice air frying machine. So it's expensive prizes you can win at the end of this event, and then obviously many prizes from the exhibitors. So I'm going to take you now to the different tables. Let's have some fun.
No, the proximity.
So where's the people from Tecno here at the stand, that they can tell us a little bit more quickly what's going on here at the Tecno stand? Somebody from Tecno?
Good morning. My name is Mashudu. I am a training specialist from Tecno. So here in our stand, we've got our devices, the Spark Note 20 series that we launched last year in May. We do have the Spark 10 series, the Spark 8.7, and the Spark 5 series. So here I have the Spark 20 Pro 5G, which is a 6.8-inch display with 120 Hz refresh rate, a dynamic port, and a punch hole. 5,000 milliamperes of battery, and it comes with a 33 watts fast charging cables. 256 GB of ROM and 8 GB of RAM that you can expand with another 8 GB of RAM with memory fusion. It also comes with a 108 rear camera and 8 megapixels front camera. It comes with a app twin where you can transfer data from any device to our device, and it also comes with a dual speaker DTS, that is digital theater system, and Dolby Atmos, which assists with sound. If you are in a noisy background, it assists with compressing the noise. When you're making a phone call, the other person cannot hear the noise where you are. Moving over to the Spark 20, it's a 6.6. Okay. So this is a Spark 20 device. It comes after this one, the Spark 20 5G. It also a 6.6-inch display, 90 Hz refresh rate, a dynamic port, and a punch hole. 5,000 milliamperes of battery. It comes with an 18 watts fast charging cable. 256 GB of ROM, and 8 GB of RAM. You can expand with another 8 GB. The camera is 50 megapixels and the front camera is 32 megapixels. And this is our Spark 20C. It's also 6.6-inch display with a 90 Hz refresh rate, a dynamic port, and a punch hole. It comes with 50 megapixels of rear camera and 8 megapixels of front camera. 5,000 milliamp hours of battery. It also comes with an 18 watts fast charging cable. Thank you.
Let's give Tecno a big hand. Thank you, Tecno. Ladies and gentlemen, they're also the diamond sponsor for this event. So we're very proud in having them around. So let me walk to the next exhibition here. Walking up to the Road Freight Association, they're one of the industry associates of the Transport Forum. So let's talk to them.
Hello, my name is Saitli Molete. I'm an operations officer at the Road Freight Association. And my name is Gloria Mwepi. I'm the membership manager at the Road Freight Association. So anything that you need to know about the Road Freight Association, please come visit our desk because we have different types of memberships. So anything that's membership related, our benefits, everything that you need to know about the Road Freight Association, please come visit our desk during break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, RFA. Yeah, we've got, yes, let's give them a hand. Yeah, we've got Master Drive.
Okay, my name is Brian Mpele, one of the account managers at Master Drive. We specialize in driver training with the intention of changing behavior for drivers. So please come to the stand and take a look what we have. We have some simulators here, so you can test it out, how it feels like when you had a bit of a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Master Drive. Let's take a walk here to Boleng Bontle Consultant, and they also a BME partner of the Transport Forum. The Transport Forum's business directory has been outsourced to Olga and her company.
Thank you, Harry. Morning, everyone. I'm Olga Mashilo from Boleng Bontle Consultants. I'm the business directory administrator for the Transport Forum. When you want to list your business on our directory, you pay 450 for the year. So anyone who is looking for leads or looking for opportunities within the transport industry, not only transport industry, because our sectors are very different. There's a number of projects that are going on with regard to the infrastructure from the government side. So yes, even the construction people, the engineers, you name every field, anything that requires transport, you come and list your business with us on the business directory. And I'm also happy to inform or also to share knowledge with regard to the Master Drive, because they've got a program for training drivers, which I'm also part of. And I would like to encourage everybody to attend and to be part of the safer roads in South Africa. Thank you.
Indeed, let's give them a hand. Isn't that great? Thank you very much, Olga. We're walking to Standard Bank.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marina Miller. I'm from Standard Bank. This is my colleague, Tsepo Tseso. We are here and open for business. We are able to finance almost all assets, medical equipment, construction and mining, solar, and of course, truck and trailer buses. Please come and see us. We would love to see if we can maybe help you in your new plans for the future, and just enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Standard Bank. Now we're walking to the platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum. Been part of the Transport Forum since inception, CTRAC.
Thank you, Harry. Once again, it's a pleasure to be here. As the market leading industry in fleet management solutions, we are from CTRAC. With me, I have Anneli as well as Ryan. I oversee the public sector. We also handle corporate as well as your individual, which is me and you. We didn't also come empty-handed. We have a lucky prize or a draw. When you get a chance, please drop your card inside our little box here, and we will draw the raffle at the end of the show. So, and I want to also respond to the clarion call from TETA by the ministry, who was our minister was up there in the podium. We would like to assist, especially around the school transport sector for the kids. As we all know, we've had a lot of casualties around road accidents. So we'll love to meet the minister and be able to maybe engage with her on how we can assist around school transport and ensure the safety of those assets as the market leading industry in fleet management solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, C-Track. Ladies and gents, now another gold sponsor of the Transport Forum, TETA Noble.
Thank you, Harry. My name is Eddie. I'm with my colleague here, Ivan de Klerk. We are from TETA Noble. We specialize in customer experience research. Basically, we are using a program called Corporate Success Research Program, which is a unique program. One, it measures the customer's experience. Two, it discovers all needs and requirements of customers. Three, it leverages the data to boost sales. So during your lunch break, you can come and see us here. We'll drop your card for a lucky draw. Thank you.
Thank you, TETA Noble. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what's happening in your customer space, you definitely should talk to those people. Another gold sponsor of the Transport Forum, In Control.
Thank you, Harry. Hi, everybody. My name is Leanne Kovasia. This is Donovan. We're representing In Control. In Control is a cloud-based software solution that assists companies that run fleet to run their fleet and optimally with a TMS. What we've also done is we've actually held hands with the auditors to do an RTMS solution. So to help the fleet owners not only tick box their RTMS, but make sure that their fleet comply and that their drivers comply, keeping the roads safer for all. Anybody that's got a fleet that's interested to hear more, please feel free to drop past. Thank you.
Thank you, In Control. Moving over to another gold sponsor, JC Auditors.
Thanks, Harry. Gift is going to talk first about our RTMS side of things, and I'll quickly tell you what we do on ISO.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gift Ntlabati. I'm a lead auditor in JC Auditors. Yeah, please, guys, when you're free, just come up and visit us, see what we can offer, what we can do into helping your company to be RTMS certified. Oliver, the MD of JC Auditors, he will also share some information that can be offered by JC Auditors.
Thanks, Gift. Yeah, so in addition to RTMS, we do any risk management and compliance audits. And you can see on the little banner there, all your ISOs 9000, 14000, 45, etc. And we are committed to supporting the transport industry be safe, compliant, and sustainable. And that includes sustainability in all aspects, safety, emissions, risk management, and to mitigate the risks to other road users. So any questions, we'd be happy to chat to you about further. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you, JC Auditors. Now we're moving to traffic road sign manufacturers.
Good day, everybody. This is Utsokozile Mkhunu. We are a manufacturing company based here locally, and the name of the business is Through It All Signs and Markings. We are focusing on manufacturing, outsourcing all the road safety equipment. We work with all the tolls and local suppliers that are approved. We also are listed under SATSMA, and we'll really appreciate if you can come and just see through the things, all the samples that we have for paints, your road studs, for all the items that can enhance all the visibility for all our roadworks. We are really out there. Our name is speaking for itself now. We're doing all the manufacturing, the installations, and we're doing all the road markings as well. Please view us even on your SATSMA board. We are listed on there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, traffic road sign manufacturers. Ladies and gents, here we come into very important service in our industry, trauma support South Africa.
Good morning. I am Derek, and this is my colleague Lawrence. We are representing Trauma Support South Africa. And specifically with regards to the conference today, we are very involved in trauma support for people who have been victims of hijacking, road accidents, and we cover the whole of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the important work you are doing and being here with us today. We really appreciate it. Ladies and gents, I'm just looking if I'm skipping. There we're going now to a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum since inception. And this is University of Johannesburg, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zukisa from the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg. I'm with my colleague, Reshina. We're excited to be here today to share with you the programs that we offer, programs that are offered online, programs that are, which is masters, programs in PhD as well. And then we also want to share with you that we have a podcast currently on Spotify called The Supply Chain Lab. It's also on YouTube under the University of Johannesburg's YouTube channel. And we'd like to engage and collaborate in that space because we want to connect academia and the industry and educate our audience. And also the University of Johannesburg is turning 20 years this year, and we have a few initiatives that we'll be doing, and we'll be sharing with you in due course via the Transport Forum communication platforms. We're looking forward to engaging with you and providing more information about the university. And we have our head of department with us as well, who's here, Professor Joesh Mageto. If you have any more, or if you have info, you require more information regarding our research focus, he is here to also offer that information. We're looking forward to engaging with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, University of Johannesburg. Ladies and gentlemen, now one of the partners of this event, Transport Education Training Authority.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thabiso Mokwetla. My colleague here is Tutuzile Nkosi. We are from the Transport Education Training Authority, which is one of the 21 SETAs in the country, which we consider as Sector Education Training Authority. So as a SETA, we are allocated a transport sector, which what we do in it is to facilitate skills development and training. So in doing so, we work with all the institutions of higher learning, all those people who participate within the transport sector, whether they are employees, whether they are employers, whether they are also training facilitators or providers. So in that, we've got programs that we utilize to fulfill the mandate as assigned by the Department of Higher Education and Training. So in those programs, we work with higher education training, higher education institutions through programs like internships, learnerships, skills programs, and so on. So we look forward to engaging with all the transport sector players. We are free for engagement. Also on the floor, we've got some of our colleagues. You can engage directly to depending on what sector you operate in within the transport sector. So we're looking forward to talk to you and engaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TETA. Proud being partnered by them. Where's Nelly? Nelly, you're not going to say a few words about Nelisa Foundation. Where's Nelly? Nelly? Are you going to say a few words about Nelisa Foundation? Not today. She's going to do closing today, so then she'll talk to us. Thank you, Nelly. Ladies and gents, let's again give all these sponsors and associates a big hand.
Thank you so much, Dirty Harry. Nelly, Nelly. She didn't say anything, Harry? Nothing? One of the most hardworking people I know didn't say anything? Wow. Just a small announcement. We know that there are wonderful bags, laptop bags from Tecno. Look what you started. So please don't go out of the venue. When we have a break, then we'll give you the laptop bags. So please stay within the venue and let's respect what is going on in this particular venue. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. Can you please give them a round of applause? Hello, Standard Bank. Still waiting for the loan. I went to the app. I like Standard Bank. When you go into the app, it says, hello, user. And I'm like, this guy user. Say hello, Nimrod. Because user means something in some people's languages, you know what I mean? But Standard Bank, my blood is blue. Love you, man. Okay, let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I must admit that I was one of those drivers that had a temper, primarily because my dad and I didn't see eye to eye. So road rage was my thing. Yeah. Even if you just passed me, I'll follow you. Go wherever you know when you have road rage, right? You become stupid. You follow the person to their house. And I'm like, Nimrod Nkosi, what are you doing? You're a public figure. Why are you doing this? And that's how the temper was. You know, to say, I was supposed to turn here, and you come and you cut me here. Who do you think you are? What does it solve? Until one day I had a very tragic news of a guy that was in a bike and a sedan passed him and nearly hit him. It just happened in William Nicol, I think. I think the guy was shot. And the guy just took out a gun because you become afraid, isn't it? Because the other guy is coming fast, is holding his hand, putting hands in the pockets. You don't know what's happening. Let's reimagine road safety. Woosa. They drive badly. They don't stop at the stop sign, and they just cut you. Woosa. Just make it home. And then I became a better driver. I went to anger management, and now I'm cool. You can literally like crash my car. It's all good. We'll solve it. Let's talk about it. I'm not going to fight you. We're coming now to our first discussion where we're getting to the meatier side of things. It's going to take us 35 minutes. Our moderator for this segment, Umnumzane Ulu Kenemeya, engineering executive at Sunrail. Our first discussion, safer roads in South Africa. Mrs. Mapifo Anofampong, the Chief Executive Officer, usehleli yena sinaye. Dr. Karian Fenter, Senior Researcher at CSIR. Please come forward. Dr. Fenter. Can I have Dr. Elna Fori, Development Planner at Sunrail, to come forward, please? Ngicele uDokotela uD Khosa, Department of Law, Safety and Security Management, Tshwane University of Technology. uDokotela D Khosa to come forward, please. Thank you. And may I have our moderator, Ngicela Mr. Lou Kennemeyer, to come forward, please. Oh, shame. His wife is in surgery. You did say. Thank you. Who's our moderator? Dr. Elna Fari will be our moderator. Doctor, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our heartfelt love goes to Dr. Elna Fari. They had an emergency, so please send as much love to that family as you can, as I hand over to you, my lady.
Thanks. I just want to get the presentation up and running. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to do my best as a stand-in for Lau, who is more of an engineering expert than me, but I am going to do my best, and I do have the panel members to support me in any questions that the floor may have. So I'm Elna Fourie from SANRAL. I'm running with the Research and Innovation Program for SANRAL. So there's a lot to say and a lot to do. So let's start. First, we want to give you an overview of where do we stand. And I think when we reimagine, we don't need to criticize. We need to look at what's lacking, where's the gaps, how can we fill them? So we heard about the global plan, which I'm not going to repeat. And then most important, in that global plan, we need to follow a safe systems approach, which basically says that when we design roads, it must be people-centered, and we must acknowledge that there's human error in using South African or world roads. We must also look at safer road vehicles, speeds, and the users. So that means there's a multi-layered approach, and that's why we all are here representing government, research institutions, training authorities, and even my favorite bank, Standard Bank. So then also there's an emphasis on a shared responsibility. Now, Nimrod made a few comments during the morning, and it all was about behavior. So from an engineering viewpoint, yes, we need to take behavior into account, but let me share with you, how do we do it from an engineering viewpoint? So I'm sure everyone in the room knows about the road traffic safety management system. It's a system, and we are all part of that system. So we need to understand through research and development what's the issues, and through innovation, we need to address that, the issues. We need to coordinate and fund targeted responses and activities. And that's where I want to, the one thing I want to emphasize today is that it must be targeted. Fly by night from the hip, think this is a great idea, we cannot deal with that anymore. And then we need support through education and enforcement. And when I talk about education, I will make a comment later on education. It's not awareness. We need to understand the difference between education and awareness. So where are we? So we do plan for safer roadsides, safe and forgiving according to the safe system approach. we need to make provision for clear zones. There must be a recovery zone for vehicles that are in difficulty. We need to perform crash-based tested road or produce or provide road crash restraining systems. And then, of course, we need to do risk assessments to determine the containment level and working width of the road. Then, of course, we need to do road safety audits and assessments, and I think Karin will elaborate on that. We need to do speed management. How do we do speed management? We need to look at innovation and technology, and I trust that Karin will speak about that also. Then the one thing that there's a big hole and a gap is a lack of basic routine road maintenance. So potholes in South Africa, huge problem. It causes a lot of crashes. We don't talk about accidents, we talk about a crash. Losing your life is not an accident. It's a major catastrophe. So it's a crash. We need to maintain our road markings, very important, because road markings determine behavior. How do I use the road? Where do I need to go? Then also the damage to road infrastructure, theft, vandalism of road signs. We have a major issue on our national roads with this. Grass cutting, small thing, but road authorities need to start looking at the smaller routine road maintenance issues to make our roads safer. And then, of course, fencing. Now, if you drive along the national route, you see the efforts that we have putting up fencing. And the moment the fencing comes up, the shoppers came and they will take it down. So that's also a huge issue for us. We need to make informed decisions. How do we do that? By reliable crash data. So we identified a lack of coordination in collecting and in making available the crash data. Crash data needs to be specific. We need to know the locations. If we want to plan properly, we need to know exactly where is that HAZLOC area. Then we also need to invest in research. And I think all of us here understand the fact that if you don't research something, you can't put it out to market. I mean, look at Tecno. Plenty of research goes into their products, and I think the same must count for us as road authorities and private sector in the road safety sector, that before we put something out there, that it must be preceded by a research of the problem. So going forward, big data analysis has become a big thing. We need to make provision for that. Technology to automate enforcement of traffic laws, the ANPR, WIM and speed. We currently are embarking on a research program where we will have a pilot looking at these technology. Then we need new techniques and frameworks to ensure lifelong road safety education. We need real world and simulations for testing interventions and applications. And then, of course, with all our TMH and TRH documents, we do need uniform standards to take us forward. The last two slides is about the national emergency numbers. So we've progressed well with establishing one single national number, 112. There's one role player, SAPS, that we still need to get on board and have their calls flowing to 112 and 112 calls flowing to them. So that number will in future be only for emergencies, whilst we then through SANDRA and the traffic management centers we have, we'll have a national call center for all the other things, so that in the one number we will focus on the emergency, and in the second national number we will have all the other things such as road-based crime, the environment, weather conditions. We saw what happened on the N3 recently with the snow, law enforcement activations, hazards management, and then sporting events. So that's just a broad overview of where we are from our viewpoint. So I'm going to give the panel members each an opportunity to make a statement before we go into discussion. Thanks. So let me, I'm going to quickly skip to Karin, if you don't mind. Let me do the bit I would have done if Lau was here. So let's talk about citizen participation and safer road use. So when we say we are a citizen of this country, you've got certain responsibilities. And that responsibility also include your responsibility to obey the laws. So to wear a safety belt and to not use your phone, it's law. It's not a nice to have. It's law. You need to do it. So if we say that we want to involve every citizen, it must be anywhere, anytime. Who and what, how are we going to do this? So we look at school communities, the private sector, government, interest groups, PLOs, the project liaison officers on construction projects, NGOs, youth and adults. The how? We need to research and develop. We can't just go there out there with, this is a nice booklet to have, or a nice pamphlet, or let's do an activation at an engine on a big highway. No, we should stop that practice altogether. Community profiling. We need to know our communities using our roads. Development of learning content, extremely important. Where are we taking children and where are we taking adults? We need formal education programs. Sanral started a formal school program. We are now accredited with the Council of Education of South Africa, where we educate, not have an activation, we educate teachers on how can they use road safety as a transversal subject in schools. Then, of course, through partnerships, and the last thing is a proper learning management system. So that's all the aspects that we need to address in a coordinated manner and with a focus of a formal education. So I'm going to step down and hand over to Karin. And after that, we can have whoever wants to go first come forward. Thanks.
Good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Karin Venter, and I am a senior researcher at the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Everything is smart these days. I work for the Smart Mobility cluster. Can you hear me all right? I hear a bit of an echo. We've each been dedicated 5 minutes to this platform, and I like to talk. And if I have the platform, I can talk for hours. But I'm going to try to keep it to 5 minutes. Mrs. Anna Frimpong this morning mentioned the ministerial conference that's currently on its way in Marrakesh. And the fact that South Africa is not, Africa as a continent, is actually not doing very well. So we need to do better. Elna presented the Road Traffic Safety Management System, or the premise of the National Road Safety Strategy. ISO 39001 is the basis of that, which is also the basis of the RTMS that Oliver and them are involved in. And what that gives us is a tool to do road safety by design. It gives us a tool to manage road safety as a system. As we've heard this morning, we need to understand that road safety is a shared responsibility, that we as planners, designers, and implementers, as well as the users of the system, needs to be accountable for whatever we do within our profession, but also for the way in which we do and behave on the roads ourselves. So we have this opportunity, What we also heard this morning is that human behavior is a major problem. So in that manner, the CSIR last year, with a lot of partners and taking anyone and everyone that wants to go on this journey with us, we've launched a Transport Safety Lab. The Transport Safety Lab is the first facility on the African continent that will be doing dedicated human factor experimental research. And to give you an example, one of the projects that we're currently busy, supported by SANRAL, supported by the RTMC and SARTSMA, is to look at the use of fluorescent yellow signage, which is currently not legal in South Africa. It's not part of the Road Traffic Science Manual, but you see what is driver perception of those signs, and can it be used in areas where pedestrians are more at risk to actually make road users and drivers more aware of the plight of these vulnerable road users. Mrs. Anna Frimpong also spoke about the motorcycle drivers. We need to understand their behavior to be able to design intersections and facilities for them to be safe in terms of their travel. We also need to understand human behavior from a driver perspective. And in support of that, we've acquired a drive lab. So we will be doing naturalistic driving studies. We also acquired a simulator for studies such as the one that Master Drive has there at the back to understand what the impact of alcohol or drugs, whatever, anything that we cannot research on the road network itself, that we can start to understand what it means for South Africa. And the purpose of this facility is to collect local data, to collate our local data, and we learn from overseas, but we have to have our own local solutions. And I think a big part of that is understanding the role that technologies plays. And you saw Tecno's presentation this morning, and it was so informative and exciting product for the African continent. But what does that mean for us in terms of reimagining our future with technology, looking at the coming of autonomous vehicles, for example, and managing that? And I'm already being ushered. Last thing that I want to talk about is Mrs. Anna Frimpong also highlighted the importance of collaboration. And one of the biggest success stories that I've been privileged to be a part of is the Anglo-American Foundation sponsored Limpopo Road Safety Program, which was an ambitious project to begin with. It's executed with the Anglo-American Foundation, the Office of the Premier and the Limpopo government, as well as with private sector. It spans all the pillars of the Safe Systems approach, and it's now entering its final year. And it's monitored with a monitoring and evaluation framework. So it's not only a talk shop, and the results coming out of that is really, really encouraging. And I think that it supports the fact that public-private partnerships is so important, and that none of us are in this on our own. And I can hand over to Dee. Dee?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Dee Kosa, an academic from Tshwane University of Technology, the Department of Law, Safety and Security in the Faculty of Humanities. I believe all protocol is observed. And my sincere apologies, I don't have a presentation. I thought I'm just going to sit on the panel, look cute and answer questions. So Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today because the road safety remains a critical public health and socio-economic concern in South Africa. And a number of these incidents are attributed to human error, as my colleagues have already alluded. Tell me, how many of you fear for your lives during the peak season? You do not want to travel home. I come from Limpopo in Guyana. Peak season is coming, Easter is coming. I want to go and see my parents. But with how things are going, I am so afraid. And I believe I am not the only one here. Because when you are on the road, people are driving recklessly. People are so impatient. A person wants to arrive in Guyana in 3 hours to a point where they start driving on the barrier line. Have you seen that? I know when you drive on the highway, on your way, I'll talk about my province because that's where I normally go to. On the barrier line, they've already put sort of like the sticks on the road. People are even driving over that. There are missing pieces on the road. So today I just want to talk about the road safety strategy. That is, from what I know, it has not been implemented yet. We do have a strategy that has been written. The strategy talks about the key pillars, and I'm not going to cover all of them. One of them, CEO has already covered, is the multi-sectoral collaboration. That collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, is important. It's important because we need to include our civil society. We need to include our research institutions like ourselves. We need to include the community organizations. I want to talk about that. The community organizations. Many a times we have these summits and we talk about all the issues, but the community is not here. The public is not here. So we need to collaborate and talk to the public so they can see and try and rectify the issues that we are coming across. Because we are talking now, you and I know that we need to be responsible on the road. We know what needs to be done, but our public doesn't know. But over and above that, I also want to emphasize, I have seen public awareness, but I have seen it in urban areas. I have not seen public awareness in places like your villages, in places like your townships. I have not seen that. I am from Tshwane University of Technology. I'm based at Soshanguve. Every day I drive there, it's a mess. Every time I ask myself, do people even know when to cross the road and when not to cross, where to cross? How can they be safe? So I think we need to take our awareness, our public awareness, our education into where it matters the most as well. Our communities, our townships, our villages. People in villages have cars. Have you seen our villages? Those places are developing. People are driving massive cars, MC. They have 4x4s there. So we need to go back and educate as well that side, and we need to invite them into our Indabas, our summit. I also want to talk about strengthening the engagement with our young people. I don't see young people here. And young people I'm talking about, it starts with your matriculants. Matriculants are turning 18. They are going for driver's licenses, right? When they obtain that driver's license, they're just going to follow the same route as everyone is driving. There's no awareness in the schools. So we need to target the schools. When we have the summits, we need to invite our young people so we can educate them. And you know what? I think this thing is going to be a cycle all over again, because when we are driving with our own children, they look at us texting while we are driving. Remember, monkey see, monkey do. By the time that child is 18, they obtain their driver's license, they are going to do the same, while their children are watching as well. So we need to change that concept. I need to talk about the road safety management. We need to establish, look into establish a unified approach. The Department of Transport, your RTMC, and other local municipalities. Let me give you an example. In Gauteng alone, we've got 3 metros. So you can get a ticket in Johannesburg, you drive through Ekurhuleni, you get another one, go to Tshwane and you get another one. And all of them are not the same. The amount they're giving you is not the same. I'm almost done. It's not the same. So there is no unification in our traffic management. So that also causes confusion, isn't it? And over and above that, there are also provinces as well. I mean, I'm in the law enforcement, but I'm just as confused. There is no unified system. So I'm going to skip some and talk about the challenges and implementation of barriers. Corruption in the traffic law enforcement, in our driver's licensing processes. What can we do that? Because there is so much corruption there. There is high level of non-compliance with road laws that includes the pedestrian. I think the pedestrian is just a different culture on its own. We need to talk about that. We need to talk about the new legislation, the implementation of ARTO, which I believe it will assist in changing the behavior, because there are countries like your Sweden who have zero tolerance in reckless driving, and they've implemented this system and it's working very well. A quick example, I traveled to France, and you know, coming from South Africa, you get out of your hotel, then you walk around, the traffic or the robot is right there. And I'm thinking, I'm going to that restaurant, I can just drive, you know, just walk across the road. But it doesn't work like that. The people already know that you need to go to the traffic light and you must walk where you are supposed to walk. So we need to get to that environment. Our country must be like that. Otherwise, we are going to, there won't be a difference between Kruger National Park and our urban areas at a later stage. We are not that bad, but we are going to be bad. I mean, there are countries like your India, Nigeria, with all due respect, I don't know if you have seen their road system there. You cannot drive there. But we are not there yet. We can still fix our country, but we'll get there if we do not fix our country. So last but not least, I just wanted to say, ladies and gentlemen, one death is just one too many. Let us do something and save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. D, Karin and Elna. I think for us just to really consolidate what TETA is doing and what TETA believes we could all work together as we keep on giving you the clarion call. Number one is to say, TETA recognizes that road safety is a responsibility of everyone, and there are different role players that can work with us in different ways. One of the things that is starting to be a problem in South Africa is people that are not trained to drive a bike, but driving that bike and getting onto the road and mixing with other road users that have been exposed to training. And for us, that is a big priority. It is because of that recognition that TETA has invested from 2020 up until now. We invest purely in programs for training people that are going to drive a motorbike and drive in order for commercial purposes. People that are working with Uber hailing companies, hailing companies as well as different players in the e-commerce space. The reason we're doing that is in the rest of the African continent, you just need to buy a bike and get onto the road. And if you don't know the road rules, you are a danger to the other road users. The other one that is critical for us is the training of traffic officers. We as an institution have worked with many other institutions to ensure that our traffic officers that are actually enforcing the rules, they know the rules that they need to enforce. And we've made it a priority to get involved in training traffic officers. The third one has been about scholar transport. We recognize that kids are pedestrians and they also face a risk when they have to cross through a very busy road in order for them to get to school. So we've had a few programs that we have worked with role players to ensure that scholar transport training happens. I know that in those days when there was a road safety council in South Africa, young kids would go to a small driver learning testing center, a mini DLTC, to be taught the road rules as young as they were. They knew that you needed to look right, to look left, and to look right, and when it is safe to cross the road. And as new curriculums came on board, those things were done away with, and they used to be at the municipality. We would like to see those things coming back because we believe young kids have not yet learned a wrong behavior, and they could go a long way to grow up with right behaviors. The taxi industry has played a very critical role to actually take responsibility for road safety. And TETA is proud to have partnered with Santaco in this regard in their Hlokomela campaign to ensure that we train and we ensure that traffic rules are actually complied with by the taxi drivers. Road safety for us is not a once-off thing. It is a process. It requires to be sustained. It is not about activations on the festive season. It's daily, and it requires all of us to get involved in it. We would like to thank all of you that are here, but to also say the business is not yet done. If in 2025 we are still saying let's put on the seat belts, when it should be part of our normal behavior, it means there's still a long road off. But we do believe, keep the message, keep the conversations, and hopefully somewhere, somehow, somebody will get an epiphany like our MC had. He had an epiphany by seeing somebody actually die or hear of somebody die, and it actually made him deal with the root causes of that behavior. Thank you all.
Thank you to the panel members for their input. So I was told that we are also linked with
Zoom.
On Zoom, and I don't know, YouTube, can they ask questions from YouTube? So maybe if you have a question, put up your hand and the organizers will then acknowledge you and they will allow you to also ask your questions. So all the online participants are more than welcome. So we're ready for questions. I'm going to sit again
And then whoever you want to ask for, Nimrod, you taking over. I will be part of the answering team. And when we finish, I will close briefly the discussions.
Thank you, Dr. Fourie. So we're going to approach you with the camera. Should you want to ask a question, just kindly shortly identify yourself and then just keep this question short, and you can direct it to the panel or a member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Reverend Hololo, member of the public. I'm not really asking a question. I just want to commend and thank Dr. D. Koza for saying the public needs a lot of education. So I just want to say to her, we are available, we are part of this forum. If ever they want to organize for public, we are available. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ilonyambi. I'm from bus industry in TRT. I just need to question Sandral in terms of the spark that's happening on the road. What are they doing to mitigate that culprit that is happening in our national road? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Chair, can we take another question?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ntisa Matloko. I'm representing a company called Soetech. We're a tech development company. My first question goes to all the panelists there. What are your views regarding motorbike taxi that Uber has introduced now? The second one, the lady said, I think it's Dr. Fourie said that they'll talk about awareness and education. I think we need to talk more about awareness because that's where the majority of the problem lies. Thirdly, to Sanral. Sanral, in order to make sure that our fences are okay on the roads, why can't we use the old program that used to be called Lechman? Involve the communities around those facilities or infrastructure, that those people are the people who are supposed really to take care, of their facilities in that area. I think that way it will be a win-win between Sanral and the community. Instead of Sanral now, with money that they're having, all over the townships, you are having a lot of graffiti about Sanral, but I don't think people really pay a lot of attention to those. I think those funds can be channeled into actually making sure that the communities participate. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Hi, good morning. I'm Cedric Moodley, and I'm from a company called MedSafe Tech. The question is for Dr. Fenter. You mentioned the driving lab. Our company does driver training as well as we do system implementation like your RTMS, ISO systems. And we are a firm believer that if you impact and you measure and monitor driver behavior, I think we can see significant improvement on our roads. Your driving lab, what's going to be the measurement that you're going to be using? Are you going to be measuring behavior, or are you going to be looking at the driver technicality? And how would that the outcome of that driving lab be communicated to the broader audience like the Transport Forum? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can we take another one? First, going to take those questions. Okay. We'll take those questions just now.
Okay, thanks. I will respond to the question on the spiking. So you know that they pop up where you least expecting. So Sanral is busy with a crime and mobility report. Once again, it's a research approach. You need to understand why and when and where. So we work with, in the research program, we work with SAPS so that we determine, where is this happening. We need to look at what's the access route, what's the getaway routes, where are they coming from, where are they going. So we are looking at that. We don't have a solution yet, but with law enforcement and working together, I'm sure we're also going to tackle that problem. I'm going to hand over then to, there was another Sandra question about the fences. It was more a comment. Yes, we do go into agreement with the communities to look after the fence in my backyard, but other shoppers from other communities come and then they shop in your backyard. So that's a big issue where communities are actually vulnerable because of the shopping that's going on in their backyard. So let's hand over then to Karin for the road safety lab. Karin, you can just sit there.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Okay. So the drive lab is not intended to be a tool to...
Karin, yes, put on your mic, please. Yes.
Off now. Is it on? Okay, so the drive lab is an instrumented vehicle that we have instrumented with technology. It has a CAN bus, so it measures speed, acceleration, deceleration, swerves on the vehicle. But it's also instrumented with a sophisticated camera system so that we can measure and track eye behavior. That's a perception study that we're talking about. We're currently looking at another proposal to actually look at driver perception of different designs of reflectors on guardrails. So the drive lab will inform, or the results from the research will contribute to making changes in our legislative and policy environment. The FYS study that I spoke about, for example, will be used to inform a motivation to the minister to actually make places available on public roads where we can actually test this technology. And then, Elna, if you don't mind, on the stray animals, I'd like also to add something. I think, again, the stray animals are very close to my heart because I work quite a lot in the Eastern Cape more recently and a lot in Limpopo. And again, I think it's so important that it's a multi-sectoral approach because, yes, the communities need to be involved. But the local municipality, for example, need to have a pound. You need to actually have a system in place with the community, with the chief, to be able to facilitate the management of the animals. And if the local authority, for example, do not have a pound, where do you keep those animals? The other thing for me is, again, looking at innovative technologies to keep the animals away from the road. And I think that's still part of the research journey that we're on, to actually look at not only managing people and the animals, but managing the problem through technology.
Thank you, Karin. So let's move to the online questions. I'm going to ask Peter to go first, and then Gordon, and then Ronnie. Thanks.
Peter, you should unmute yourself, please.
Let's try there. Have I successfully achieved?
Yes.
Good morning again, everybody. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm Peter Cross, Chairperson of SARTSMA, the South African Road Traffic Safety Management Association. I'd just like to apologize for the fact that I can't be there in person, but it's a privilege to be here today. And I've enjoyed the inputs of the various speakers. I've been impressed and have heartfelt alignment with the speakers in terms of our concerns, in terms of the design and presentation of safer roads, given especially SARTSMA's mandate and wish to give input and also then participate in the development of improving road structure within our country. Just to keep my input short, I'd like to just inform the various parties. I know Karine did refer to the fluorescent yellow-green project. SARTSMA has been instrumental in contributing to that project. We've had the privilege of contributing. In terms of a number of aspects, we're also taking part in the driver test regime and process in terms of trying to assist the CSIR to achieve its outputs and its goals. Other than that, Karine did not mention, but we do have a road restraint reflector project which is on the go via the Transport Lab as well, where Karine is very kindly assisting in terms of putting in place a similar program to the fluorescent yellow-green in that driver perception is tested. But we are then testing, in addition to that, various reflectors, various designs, various reflective sheeting requirements as far as that is concerned, in terms of trying to address and improve the drivers in terms of perceiving these reflective devices, amongst others, these then on the road restraint systems. But as far as, and to conclude, as far as signage is concerned, our members are very interested and passionate about signage. Some of our members are in attendance this morning, and obviously it's a very important aspect that needs to be taken into consideration. I mean, if we want to improve the reality around the use of pedestrians as far as roads are concerned, one of the very important criteria that's required as far as that is concerned is the inclusion of correct and visible signage. To also just touch on road markings, those also are a concern to us and form an important component of what our discussions are this morning. As far as maintenance, for example, is concerned, we do need to ensure that road markings remain visible and are regularly updated, and in so doing, that people can actually view the necessary criteria and the necessary and understand the necessary actions that they need to take when they're driving. In closing, as far as road restraints are concerned, an item was raised by one of our members around road safety audits and the fact that some work needs to be done as far as road safety audits are concerned, with regard to the fact that we do feel that as far as road restraint systems are concerned, sometimes assumptions are made within that audit and within the RAP reality that, for example, road restraint systems are fully functional and are in adherence to all the required standards and legislation. It does happen, and it is somewhat prevalent that at times this does not occur on the roads, and these are some of the things that we need to just be looking into and understanding with regard to road safety and related road design in terms of upgrading quality road or providing then quality roads for South Africans to use. Thank you. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. So can I ask Gordon and Ronnie, we are running extremely late, that they keep it short and to the point. Not that Peter was not to the point, but just to keep it short to allow us to keep to the program times. So Gordon, you can go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Gordon Lang from a company called C Sustainability, and then with Pedal Power Association and Bicycle Empowerment Network as well. The first departure point is we continue to use the term accident. And accident implies no blame. And I would contend that 95%, if not more, of the incidents on our roads are not accidents. a tornado going through Joburg and tearing down trees and dropping a tree onto a car, that's an accident. Every other incident has some apportionment of responsibility. So we should shift the conversation from accident to incident and crash. And then on the investigation, if it becomes clear that it's an accident, use that, because that then shifting responsibility onto the road users. So it's just a plea to everybody. And it does mean that the Road Accident Fund should change its name, because that's one of the key problems in all of that space. And then the other thing is that we continue to design roads for cars. And I'm putting that absolutely bluntly. I see, when I do a commute, I see thousands of people crossing motorways to get to a station where the pedestrian crossing point is 300 to 400 meters away from where the natural desire line is to travel to the station, for people that are under time constraints. There's absolutely no ways that they're going to walk 300 or 400 meters up and 300, 400 meters back to get to the desire line for a station. So we really do need to look at how we design pedestrian and cycling infrastructure to serve the proper desire lines that are there. And much of it is because our urban form has changed. So we need to go back and we need to rethink our urban form, particularly where there are arterials that are now under highly populated areas. And that's a critical thing. And then the other thing that I think we really should be doing is our departure point for any design of any transport system, and I'm not just including roads here, should be for the elderly, children, people that are disadvantaged, and particularly women. And if we design on that basis, then the systems will be working for everybody and they'll become far more functional. And I think the other plea is that we really do need to push the reduced speed limits in urban areas that have been on the table for quite a while. And I mean, we all know what a 30-kilometer-hour speed limit is compared to a 50-kilometer-hour speed limit when there's an incident involving a pedestrian and the outcomes of that. So, that really for me is a key area. But those are just the observations and thoughts coming through. Thank you.
Thanks, Gordon. Ronnie, you can go ahead.
Good morning to the panelists, Harry and your team. I represent a company called Neuron Fleet Solution. Just, observation from the panel. I don't know whether if I missed anything. I think the focus should be on rural education with the students from grassroots level in terms of education of road safety. And as you just heard the last speaker talking about pedestrians, I think if we can get that right, there are a lot of incidents or accidents, whatever you call them, will be eradicated. So we need to start from the grassroots. And I don't know if anybody has covered that, but I'm willing to engage with them out of this forum. Thank you very much, and I'll keep on listening. Thanks.
Thanks, Ronnie. I think we don't have time to take more questions from the floor. So I'm just going to say a few words in closing. So what we need to take forward from this session is that, the critical maintenance issues, simple things like markings, grass cutting, the cleaning of our roads. Then the second thing is the behavior of the road user. So we need to stop naming things what they are. So we don't talk about kids. They are children. They've got brains. They've got a will. And that will needs to be directed in the right direction. And then we also don't talk about crashes. Gordon very eloquently explained to us the difference. And then lastly, let's do research. Before we implement, make sure we target the correct community by engaging with those communities and use all the stakeholders available to take road safety forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. This concludes your session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, so it's not accident. But we grew up like, yo, born, I want an accident. So it's an incident and a crash until the investigation happens to say it is an accident. Okay, all right, cool. Thank you so much for our speakers, especially for highlighting the need to visit the rural areas. Recently, Nelisa Siswe with Nelly, we were in Bergville. It was amazing to be in Bergville, my hometown. I'm from Acton Homes in Bergville. So rural areas forever. Even my work, I try and encourage young people from rural areas. Some of my family is from Stekspruit. I don't know if you know Stekspruit. They're from the Shele. So they do feel left out when things like this do happen and conferences like this are held. So thank you very much to our speakers. Dr. D, shame, man, you can't go home now. To Kian, it's bad for you. Wanamani. Shame, man. Yeah, video calling. Try video calling. And yes, someone mentioned the snow. That was a phenomenon on its own, isn't it? But tragic in some instances because people had their own people to bury and they got caught up in that snow. I told my uncles to back off. They wanted to have a nice Christmas and thing going on in my place. I said, stay home, I will see you. Let's safety first. So that snow also was something. I just want to know the Bree Street Road, is it cool now? It's cool? We can go? Yeah? Is it cool? Not yet. It's some it's some of the things that I never thought I'll see in my lifetime. Bree Street like going poof. And thank you so much for including the public. Yes, let's have the public come and witness all these things because they sometimes the public is unreasonable. A community could be going through something, no water, no electricity. How is my car a problem now? Why is this brick in my car? And as drivers, we are also human beings. We come up, we angry as well. So if we engage those people in terms of, I don't know, peaceful demonstration or something, you know, because now the tires are burnt, the stones are there, it's in the morning, they're still there. I don't know how law enforcement works in terms of controlling that, but that is also dangerous. I live just around the corner and there's a big fire in Stones and they tell me I cannot come in. You know? So some of those things, we must reimagine road safety because it is road safety as well. And pedestrians, that is a true point. Pedestrians can be naughty sometimes, thinking they can outrun a car. And old ladies, let's be patient with old lady drivers, please. The elderly states people, let's be patient. You two are going there, man. You two are going there. 100 is not nice. We move on now to our second panel discussion. We were informed that Umnumzana Buluru David Paul didn't confirm by the time we come here. Is he here now? Mr. Buluru David? He's not here. Okay. Also, is it Mr. Skumbuzo Nkuna is not here, right? All right, so we're working with two people. So let me call our moderator for this one will be Umnumzane Uramudisa Tsulu, Executive Officer and Taxi Chamber, Transport Education Training Authority. Our panelists will be Ms. Rebecca Pala, National Spokesperson for Santago, Ms. Peggy Mars, Founder Wheel Well. So if I may have my panelists, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come in as an stage, can you please give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. And if we have questions, let's just write them quickly down and just keep them short as possible. Thank you. I'm great. Now I'm very well.
Program Director, good morning. And let me observe all the protocol. Our topic is based on safer public transport in South Africa. Now, the first question that I would like to ask us here, how many of us use public transport to be here? Only the program director. It's going to be an interesting discussion that will be discussing safer public transport in South Africa while we did not use public transport to be here. But anyway, let's first look at what is public transport in South Africa. The National Land Transport Act captures the definition. I will summarize it as follows. Public transport must be accessible to the general public without any form of discrimination. And public transport is used to make money for a fare. So if anybody pays you money for transporting them, it means you are delivering public transport to the nation. But then the one key criteria is that you need to have an operating license to run a public transport system. Why am I mentioning this? It's because many a times we get accident reports, and when you see a bus that is involved in public transport, I mean in an accident or incident, as we were recently educated, we are quick to say it is public transport, whereas we have not done the investigation whether that vehicle has got an operating license. As I open this panel discussion, I just to bring some few things into context, that safety in public transport is an issue of national and global concern. Millions of people rely on public transport daily, yet in many parts of the world, including South Africa, it remains plagued by risks of incidents, accidents, being robbed, bad customer service, among others. I'll be inviting the panel of experts that I'll be working with to deliberate on this issue of public transport from a global, African, South African perspective, highlighting relevant policies, frameworks, and understanding the critical role of the organizations they come from. As it was already pronounced, the Sustainable Development Goals recognizes that access to adequate, reliable, and safe public transport is a basic urban need. The Sustainable Development Goal, Target 11.2, aims that by 2030, all citizens will have access to safe, affordable, accessible, sustainable transport systems, which will be achieved by expanding the public transport. In doing so, attention must be given to the needs of those in vulnerable situations, such as women, children, persons with disability, and older persons. Another critical initiative is the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021-2030, a global movement launched by the World Health Organization and the United Nations to reduce road deaths and injuries by half in 2030. So those figures that were flighted, that we had over 1,500 deaths in the recent statistics pronounced by the minister, by 2030, in the next 5 years, at least if we have achieved the objective of the decade of action, we must unfortunately at least have around 700 deaths compared to today. This campaign calls for better road infrastructure as discussed by the previous panel, stricter regulations, and improved public transport systems. Now, in Africa, the African Union agenda, as it was mentioned, and the African Road Safety Action Plan seeks to improve transport safety by strengthening regulatory frameworks, enhancing driver training, and investing in modern public transport system. Some of our countries like Kenya, Nigeria, including South Africa, have started with the with the bus rapid transit systems and also some smart transport technologies. The question is whether by introducing BRT systems, we are running away from the informal sector of public transport that is dominant in our country. There are some frameworks that are in place, and I think the previous panel has touched on them. I will not go there again. But then what are the challenges facing public transport safety? One of those challenges is road incidents that may become accidents, crime and security. People using all modes of public transport sometimes don't even feel safe. We have had cases of people being raped, mugged, and killed using public transport. There are also regulatory gaps. Informal transport operations, including minibus taxis, often function with minimal regulations and safety oversight, including the e-hailing system. In South Africa, there are key role players when it comes to public transport safety. One of them is TETA. We have spoken a lot about what TETA does to contribute to safer roads. And our partnerships that we are having with public transport providers, some of the municipalities and other stakeholders like Nelisa Siswe Foundation that brought us here today. It's a testimony of our contribution towards road safety, mainly public. Then we have the rail safety regulator, which deals with rail. What the rail safety regulator has done is to come up with programs that train communities and vehicle users on how to safely cross railway crossing. We also have organizations like SABOA, the South African Bus Operators Association, Small Bus Operators Association, that also have some programs on public road safety. Then the state of our public safety currently is that during the 2025 festive season, the minister reported that the public transport sector, particularly minibuses, was involved in 53% of major crashes. Then, after the minister pronounced, there were some reactions from public transport providers on what can be done. Some stakeholders across the transport sector have expressed concern and proposed interventions to cap road facilities. The National Taxi Alliance has responded by emphasizing the need for structured driver education and a comprehensive strategy to formalize the minibus taxi industry. They have a program called Ndlelantle Road Safety Campaign, which is designed to encourage safer driving habits while also addressing issues such as gender-based violence within the taxi subsector. The National Taxi Alliance believes the empowering of drivers with right skills will significantly improve safety concerns. The South African National Taxi Council has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening compliance among taxi drivers, and Santaco acknowledges that poor enforcement of driving regulations, overloading, and aggressive driving contribute to unsafe roads. That includes the general public. Santaco has supported the Hlokomela campaign, which has been a flagship initiative in promoting responsible driver behavior. And I'm proud to say TETA is supporting, as the CEO has already said, the initiatives that Santaco and NTA are embarking on. PRASA, Transnet, and Rail Safety Regulator have renewed their focus on pedestrian safety awareness around railway crossing and stations. With a rise in pedestrian fatalities that happen at crossroads, these incidences need to be kept. The agencies are also working to enhance rail safety by improving infrastructure and enforcing stricter control. We also have civil society through the Arrive Alive and Automobile Association, who have echoed the call for stricter law enforcement and improved pedestrian infrastructure. The organizations have been vocal about the need for an integrated approach that addresses both driver and pedestrian behavior. These are some of the proposals that are there to reduce. There is a proposal to reduce maximum speed on our roads from 60 to 30. And also road safety education need to start at school level, maybe at kindergarten level. Now, that is the picture that I wanted to paint before inviting my panelists to have a bite on what I have shared with the forum. Thank you very much. I will now ask our panelists to have a bite on the topic of safer public transport in South Africa. And let me now call Ms. Rebecca Pala, National Spokesperson of Santaco, to comment. If there's I think we are fortunate we've got a roving mic there. You can do it from where you are comfortably seated.
1, 2. Audible enough? Thank you very much, Ntate Ramodisa. Greetings to the House at large. So for us as the South African National Taxi Council, the topic of safer public transport in South Africa is a collective effort. It has to be a collaborative effort. So it's not going to be that Santaco will speak of Hlokomela, and then government will speak of Arrive Alive, and everybody else will sort of do their own thing on the side. Our understanding is that it's a collaborative effort. And that's one of the reasons why we came here, so that we also draw much needed lessons in terms of what to do better, in addition to what we've already started doing. So the statistics that have been released from the past festive season are very disheartening, because when the Hlokomela campaign was first started in 2010, at the time, the minibus taxi industry was contributing around 40% of the road carnages that the country would be recording. And the number sort of had a considerable reduction until we had the last period. But Obviously, the statistics have to be put in context. To say that a minibus was involved does not always mean, like you've rightly said, and Dr. Ramudi said, that it is the minibus or the public transport vehicle that was in the wrong. And so it's going to be very important that that has to be contextualized. Our submission is this. It coincides quite aptly with the National Development Plan, having been assumed in 2016 with the hope that it would be realized by around 2030. And that's to say there has to be an increase in law enforcement. One of the engagements we had as Santaco during the festive season when these accidents were being recorded, and we had a very brief engagement with the National Department of Transport's Deputy Minister, Honorable Mkhuleko Hlengwa, and the RTMC, and we learned that in some instances it was found that quite often when accidents would be recorded, it would be at times when there was no visibility of law enforcement. And so the reality that was then unpacked was that it's because of that, because there's limitation of resource. So you cannot have law enforcement on a continued basis. So our submission is that that has to be relooked, because we find that often when there is visibility of law enforcement, people tend to adhere to the rules of the road. But the issue of infrastructure is very important. We've been experiencing this heavy rain for the most part of this week. And unfortunately, then you just drive into a puddle of water only to find that it's a huge pothole and your vehicle can get harmed in the process. So the kind of infrastructure that we're operating on, the program director spoke about what's happening at Bree Street. It's very disheartening. And those largely contribute to some of the challenges that we're having, which hinder the ideal of a safer public transport in the country. Awareness is very central to the work that we do, but awareness has to be the last point, because awareness has to be complemented by action that gets to be realized on a daily basis. I think let me pause there and then we'll continue.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Peggy, and I am from Willwell, an NGO that focuses exclusively on children in road safety. Now, we lose about 2,500 children every year due to road crashes, and half of that is children as pedestrians, the others children as passengers. And children are our most vulnerable road users, especially the children of the poor. They do not have access to the resources that our more affluent citizens have. So 68% of our children walk to school according to Child Gauge of 2019. So that pedestrians, children as pedestrians is then a major area of focus for us when we look at children in road safety. And while we do engineering and while we do upgrading of road, it's very important to look at a quick solution that we can implement, and that is visibility gear. On every table there is a sash with reflective tape on it. Reflective gear is the most effective and quickest way to keep children safe. Our children as young as 5 walk to school on dark winter mornings in dark school clothes. Motorists do not see them. We have to make them visible. And the best way to do that is with reflective gear. Instead of 30 meters visibility in dark school clothes, you increase that to 90 meters, even 120 meters with visibility gear. Now we have a project that we call Halo Beanies. That is beanies that's either manufactured or knitted by gogos in the community that incorporates reflective yarn or reflective tape. And so far we have handed out well over 30,000 or 3,000. No, I'm lying to you. We are about on 20,000 of these beanies handed out to children. So children in public transport, school transport, it's an area that also needs our attention. We do not have a national school transport policy. I know that there are local arrangements in areas where schools and service providers in transport and the Department of Transport work together towards safer road transport for our children. But we do not have a national transport policy that assigns responsibilities, rights, and consequences to all the stakeholders involved. And we need to involve the Department of Education, the Department of Transport, as well as the Department of Health in these interventions for our children. And then further to everybody else, if I can achieve one thing today and be in your head with a short term that we use at Willwell, and that is think kids. In everything that we do, let us consider the children. And whether that is at home, is your pavement safe for children to walk on? Or do you obstruct the pavement with garden walls or other, even rocks? You know, cancer children and the people who work in our houses, can they walk safely to their transport points? Think kids when you design schools and suburbs. Do the children have places to play safely? Is the school entrance on a side road or is it on the main road? Is there a safe raised pedestrian crossing in front of the school with speed bumps on both sides, with all the signage in the correct place where it needs to be? So in everything that we do, especially when we drive as well, each one of us personally, think kids. If you drive around a school, drive at 30 k's per hour. And when you drive with your children, use your child restraint system. So I think we'll call it a stop there, because I can go on for hours.
Yeah, thank you, Peggy. I think in the panel, we have the taxi industry fully represented. We have scholar transport, to some extent, fully represented. I will invite any person who comes from the bus sector and or rail sector to contribute. But before that, while you are still preparing yourself to contribute about how safer can the bus subsector be, how safer can the rail subsector be, and perhaps how safer can the aviation sector be for the public. And this safety is not only safety for commuters, it's also safety for people who are working in these industries. Now, I just want to ask Rebecca from Santaco, to what extent does the taxi industry ensure that drivers, as they provide their services, are also safer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite an important question. Oftentimes when we talk about safety, the immediate thought goes to commuters. So what we do to ensure that our drivers are also safe, especially when it gets busier, because that's when you start to see the risk of fatigue, especially for our long distance drivers and so forth, is we've got the concept of a collaborative effort again that we undertake, because most of our drivers also don't get a chance to even go and visit a health facility. It starts there. So what we do is continuously we visit our ranking facilities with mobile health practitioners, and we give them a personal health check so that we first know that in terms of their health, they are well, before we then get to talk about what happens with the vehicle that they get into. With the Tlokomela Road Safety Campaign, every member who then owns a vehicle is mandated to continuously ensure that the service of the vehicle is always on par, and to also ensure that, you know, a vehicle is not moving with smooth tires and things of that sort. But in addition to that, we've been very glad to have had an agreement with vehicle manufacturers who've now agreed that no minibus especially can drive to surpass 100 kilometers per hour. That comes with just about every new minibus that you drive now. And I think it does deserve a round of applause. And we've found that it has contributed considerable to the reduction of the accidents that we've recorded of late. But in addition to that, we've also got collaborations with tracking companies, because we've found that, you know, there's always that one child in a family that would want to attempt to be naughty. So as and when some are found to not be driving well, because even if you've got that speed limitation, there'll still be those who, don't indicate they overtake and things of that sort. So we also use services of tracking devices as well as cameras. The KwaZulu-Natal province is leading on that front, so that vehicle owners and associations have got real-time footage now shows them driver behavior. And we've found that most of these initiatives have really contributed quite immensely in terms of ensuring that the drivers are safe even from themselves, should they be tempted to want to drive recklessly.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. And coming to the scholar transport, Peggy, picking up from where Rebecca left, and in addition, how do you identify vehicles and or drivers that are transporting learners to ensure that learners are safe in that space? Thank you.
Well, obviously the basic things that the driver needs to be licensed. He needs to have his PRDP, and it's very difficult to have dedicated vehicles just for our children. But drivers that stand up to be seen as drivers for school transport have to be sober, have to be arrested, cannot be on the sexual offences database, and we need to do these things. There is a program, I think it is in Kenya, called Shusha, where it is a special word that they have, and it is displayed in all the transports. If the driver don't drive according to the understand safe measured, the passengers can use that word, and it's sort of a safe word to indicate to the driver he needs to slow down, he needs to stop, whatever the case may be. So it equips children, especially our young children don't necessarily have the courage to stand up to what they see as an elder person to say, but this will equip children with one word. So there are many things that we can do, but the vehicles also needs to be roadworthy, not just the driver, the vehicle as well. And then we have an issue with regulation 231 with the loading of children in vehicles, because children are not seen as a person for the loading of vehicles. So children under the age of 3 don't count for the loading. Children between 3 and 6, 2 children will count as one person, and from 6 to 14, 3 children will count as 2 kids of 2 persons, and fractions are discarded. And I think for school transport especially, we really have to look at this so that we count a child as a person and not just as mass contributing to whether a vehicle is overloaded. And that case, in that way, I know that it is going to be more expensive to transport our children. Cost is always an issue in our country, but when we all come together, we can make a plan to keep it safe for our children.
Thank you, Peggy. Audience, you've heard the esteemed panelists on the topic safer public transport, and I will ask or allow some questions that come from the floor. Do not forget the request I made earlier to get some views from someone who is coming from the bus subsector and someone who comes from the rail subsector to share some insights. Thank you. Do we have roving mics somewhere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can take 2 short questions. Can we use this microphone, please? Sorry about this. It's just 2 questions then. If they can keep it very short, because we're running badly over time.
Thank you, Harry. I'm Lindy Wedlamini from Driver Wellness Program. Because I have legally time, I just want to tie for us awareness to education. Awareness is initial, education is more in depth. There's a model we use, we call it CASH. K for knowledge, A for attitude. Once you have a knowledge, you change your attitude. And then you get skills, and then you change your behavior. And then it equals to new adopted behavior, the ReImagine that we're talking about. And this connect awareness to education. I think if we can take that model, because it has worked, it's evidence-based in other programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry. I have a question for Ms. Rebecca. My name is Mashudu from Tecno. So, Ms. Rebecca, I want to ask, as Santaco, do you guys keep data for the drivers? Because there are incidences where a taxi leaves a taxi rank and then people get robbed on their way. So I just need to know, do you have that information? Because I think it's important before we can even speak about road safety to know that the passengers are safe inside the vehicles before we can even speak about the tires or the roadworthy of the vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My question again is just taking the lead through to Santaco. As the saying goes, that which you can't measure, you can't manage. We want to stretch an olive branch to Santaco, a C-Track fleet management solution. And the olive branch is as follows. We know, I as an individual, know that not all taxis are tracked in terms of fleet management solution. What is the challenge in Santaco making it a regulation as part of your licensing that every taxi that is on the road goes hand in hand with a tracking device as well as what we call a dash cam? Ma'am, I also want to, I had a point where it was indicated that passengers can stop a taxi driver. Anyone can raise their hand here. You cannot speak to a taxi driver. Therefore, as Santaco, you also mentioned that you have partnered with telematic companies. But I can assure you, as the market leading industry, as C-Track, we want an opportunity to engage with you because just like what has happened in the Western Cape, I just forgot the actual municipality, which has imposed regulations to ensure that no taxi is on the road which does not have a telematic device as well as a dash cam. It doesn't stop there as well, ma'am. There is also what we call consequence management, which we believe it is strongly absent because you can get data, you can get footage. In absence of action, all you have is just data. And in these times, we all know C-Track is one of the data-driven entity where we have matched telematics as well as artificial intelligence. We are able to give you various notifications from the health of the vehicle to what is happening inside the vehicle as well as outside. And we are also able to assist you with what we call accident reconstruction reports, which is 90 seconds before the impact and 30 seconds thereafter. Ma'am,
Thank you. I think we are, I'm so sorry, we are pressed for time. And I was going to stop you, but I'm told that you are a diamond sponsor or a big sponsor of the event. So instead of asking the question, you pitched very well to Rebecca, but I think you will need to take the conversation outside. There are two questions that need to be answered. The first one, I think, is for Peggy.
Yeah, we're running out of time now. So
yeah, the first one is for Peggy. If Peggy, you could quickly answer the question. And there are two questions for Rebecca. And on that note, we'll be closing the panel. Thank you very much to the audience. The question was around campaign versus education and how do you implement it in your space in the scholar transport space, yes.
Okay, education and awareness are both very, very important. When it comes to our children, it is of vital importance that we educate them on road safety and how to keep safe in and around vehicles. But we have to do that with a firm knowledge and understanding that children under the age of 10 don't yet know how to implement that information in this situation when it arrives. It has to do with the development of the prefrontal cortex. At birth, children have no concept of risk yet. That develops over time, and it is only fully developed around 25 and 27 years old. It is different for girls and boys. Boys have less perception of risk than girls do, especially over the teenage years. So children are also impulsive. That means there's no filter between think and do. They see a father on the other side of the road, they will run. And us as motorists and designers of spaces need to keep that in mind when we work with children. So yes, the education must be done, but it needs to be done with a firm understanding that we need a multi-fronted approach to keep our children safe.
Thank you, Peggy.
Dr. Ramodisa, in the interest of time, the project management unit from the Office of the President of Santaco is actually here. So I think it will be important that I just ask them to raise their hands so that everybody else who's got a proposal for the taxi industry can see them. Babu Shange, Babu Mvubu, Sisnobuhle, the President's legal advisor, Eugene, and Andile. Just raise your hands broadly so that they can see. So that table has got the project management unit from the Office of the President of Santaco so that we don't deal with individual cases. But the bottom line is this. The taxi industry continues not to be subsidized. And so when I purchase a vehicle, and we all know the percentages because we regard it as a risk, sometimes the very important aspects inclusive of tracking devices are not always the most affordable because of the reality that, unlike our colleagues in the busing sector, we are not subsidized. So that should just be borne in mind as and when you come with these propositions to say, whilst we appreciate the importance of embracing technology, we've got those shortcomings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists, program director. As we close, in conclusion, safer public transport is our responsibility. It requires all stakeholders that are involved in using public transport. And one of the key things that came is that the issue of education, campaigns, and stricter law enforcement need to be implemented. With those few words, thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel and panelists. And thank you so much to Ubaba Ramodisa Sulu. We also thank Mama Rebecca and Ms. Peggy Mas. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do really apologize because of matter of time that we did not get to a particular question that you might have been passionate about and we did not cover it. If you know people personally, please approach. If you know their emails, please send an email them. And now we get to the part of why we are here. It's lunch. So we're going to start with the table of the CEO, and we're going to start with the tables that are in front because there's less people sitting there and there's less traffic. Mind the steps. Food is being served at the back of the venue. So from that table, if you may start ascending and going to lunch, please, and that table and so on and so on and so forth. And don't forget to visit our exhibitors. Please show them support as well. They are partners. So tables like this table in front of me can have lunch right now. Dr. Fenter, lunchtime if Danko, I say we lunch front tables first so that maybe you can have order there. Yes, sir, you may go have lunch. You may have lunch there so that at least we are not pushing each other. And then the tables will follow as we go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. DJ, sound. Shem, Uneli. Mm. And as this happens, begging your pardon, your laptop bag should have arrived earlier before you went to lunch. So when you come back, your laptop bags will be given to you at your table. We do apologize for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement here. You can even get a flower here at the Transport Forum Business Directory stand. You can get a free flower, ladies and gents. So you can come and visit the stand here with Olga.
But not coming soon. What will come?
Ladies and gents, please remember when you're done to come and visit the exhibitions here. Need to get your business cards in those lucky draw boxes. So please remember to come. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, we have 15 minutes still left. So please go and visit those exhibitions. Get your business cards in those lucky draw boxes. So everybody, when you're done eating, please go and visit the exhibitions. Ladies and gents, if you can start moving back to your seats. We're going to start in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Please take up your seats. Ladies and gents, please take up your seats. We need to start. Lots of networking taking place here. Always difficult to interrupt the networking. Let's try again. Please take up your seats. We're going to start. All right, let's take up our seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again, part of our program. We hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. Those who are still streaming in, please come in. Those who are still standing outside, please come in. Those just finishing that piece of chocolate, finish it. We are about to start right now. And we do apologize if we have just dragged it a little bit. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I have your attention, we are coming to our third discussion where the moderator is Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul, you will help me with the pronunciation of your surname. Ne? Doctor will help me when when the doctor gets here. But does the director have a vehicle transport technology in Africa? He'll moderate that. The panelists will be Mr. Oliver Naidu, the managing director of JC Auditors, Ms. Mihlali Da, acting chief director, Freight Logistics Department of Transport, Mr. Trevor Abrahams, executive officer, Road Freight Chamber Transport Education Training Authority, Mr. Piet Vessels is the Senior Technical Director, DP World. Those are panelists. May we kindly come forward so that we can deal with the topic, safer road freight operations in South Africa. Is everyone here? Where is it? Oh, there's Oliver. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Surname is Nordengen. It's easy.
Nordengen. Is it Norwegian?
Norwegian, yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Pull up my screen. Normally don't predict. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Nordengen, as the MC said, and I'm going to just give a very short presentation to set the scene for safer road freight operations in South Africa. And then I'll give the opportunity to the 4 panelists to respond to some of what I've identified as key issues, and there might be others. Mhlali has to go first because she's got a meeting with the Minister of Transport at 2 o'clock. So we're going to allow her she's going to dial in virtually for that, but that's fine. You know, that's an important meeting. So without wasting any time, I'm going to go what I put on the table of what I believe are key issues with regards to road freight transport operations in South Africa. And the first one is, it goes without saying, is that our road infrastructure is extremely important for efficient and safe road freight transport operations in the country. We had a panel earlier on roads, but there we were talking about geometric design and how do we make roads safer. I'm talking mainly about the condition of the roads, potholes, which if the roads deteriorate, it has a huge negative impact on road freight operations, including safety. And then the other very big elephant in the room is the road to rail issue. We have far too many trucks on the road at the moment carrying bulk materials, and that is putting huge pressure on road safety as well as a number of other issues like the life of our roads. But it seems as though there's a turnaround, and we're just hoping that Transnet will in fact start to improve the situation there. Then getting more down to the nitty-gritty, which I think some of our panelists will address, are the vehicles, the roadworthiness of trucks in South Africa. And we're talking about brakes, tires, the chassis, and other things. And also new technologies. There's a lot of new technologies coming in from mainly Europe and the East, new trucks, which have got a lot of safety features. But we do have to recognize that the age of our fleet in developing countries, in South Africa, is quite old. So new technologies will take a long time before they become mainstream. Then of drivers, and we've spoken about drivers generally, all drivers this morning, but truck drivers. So it's the issue of skill and training. And it's not just once-off training, it's ongoing training. Driver health, critical, and managing driver hours or fatigue. These are what I believe are the key issues that we need to address in order to improve safety on the roads for trucks. And then operations. So that would include things like speeding, driver behavior, reckless driving, overloading. And then I just put on the table third-party crashes. So I'm very involved with the Road Transport Management System, which is a self-regulation accreditation scheme to promote self-regulation. And what we found is that a lot of operators who are focusing on driver training and improving driver behavior find that their driver error crashes come down significantly, but it's the third-party crashes which is very difficult to control. So crashes that are involved are caused by other parties and not the truck. This becomes a big problem for a lot of the transport operators. And we spoke about it this morning again in the panel discussions. It's about a road safety culture, or some people call it a safety climate in organizations. This is really, I think, the key to address the problem of safety on our roads. And what I should have said at the beginning is this problem is not a short-term problem to solve. And I think most of us are aware of that. We're talking these are long-term solutions that we have to put in place. It's not something you can change in a couple of years. But the basis of, or one of the key focus areas of the RTMS is to engender a road safety culture in organizations. And then finally, it's law enforcement. How do we improve law enforcement with regard specifically roadworthiness of trucks? It's virtually non-existent. So I'm going to show a couple of pictures and then I'm going to hand over to the panelists. So with regards to the roads, I just drove yesterday from Dullstroom and it was such a pleasure to drive on the N4. It was raining, but you know that there are no potholes. But if we have roads like this, I don't know if you can see the pictures too well, it increases travel time, it increases fuel consumption, it increases road safety risk. So it puts pressure on transport operators to meet their targets, which inevitably means they start to cut on maintenance costs on their trucks because it's all about the bottom line. They push their drivers. So as the roads get worse, I believe that it puts more pressure on operators to try and meet their targets and take further risks. I downloaded these photographs off the internet yesterday. You know, if you look at how much product you can load on a train and you put that on trucks, it's just crazy. Never mind the cost, but it's the number of trucks that you have to put on the road in order to move the mining products. And we all know about this. In fact, I read that in 2018, Transnet launched the longest train in the world. It's a manganese train, 4 kilometers long. Now, if you think of how much manganese you can put in a train that's 4 kilometers long, and you have to load it onto trucks, it's just crazy. So this is, to me, is a major, major issue, which we can't easily address. This is a Transnet issue, but I think that the private sector can possibly play a role in working with Transnet to try and promote getting more freight back onto rail. In terms of the roadworthiness of trucks, yesterday and today, there is a break and tire watch. It's probably about number 50 or 51 at Heidelberg. And yesterday was training of traffic officers. I'm not sure how many attended. I've attended about 30 of these. And the second day, which is today, they are inspecting a sample of trucks and training officers to look for defects on trucks. The scary thing is that of the 50 events that have been held up until recently, 69% of the trucks were discontinued from use. In other words, they were unroadworthy. So 70% of the trucks that were, and this is going back to 2006. So you get brake linings that don't exist, or the gaps are 10 millimeters or 15 millimeters. So the brakes are just not working on the trailers. Or tires. Tires are incredibly important. Tire management, not only from a safety point of view, but also from a fuel efficiency point of view. tire pressures and tire condition has a big impact on fuel consumption. And I think that's one of the key things that we need to get operators to see the link between cost of operations and safety. If they can see, if we can get operators to see that by putting good practices in place, their cost of operations will come down. That will automatically improve in some of the safety outcomes. So I was involved in an OECD project quite a long time ago, 2010, and South Africa is that line at the top. Heavy vehicle fatal crashes per 100 million kilometers, and we were way out of line with all the other countries. So our heavy vehicle crash statistics are bad. But things can be done. Bakwe is here. He's in the next panel from VDS, OneLogix. Vehicle delivery service, and look at their statistics. The blue lines is their vehicles kilometers of traveled per year, and the red line is their crashes. So in 2016 they had 126 crashes, and when they got down to 26, 27, I thought this is fantastic. It's a huge improvement. But the last 2 or 3 years have brought it down even further. I'm not sure what the figure was last year, but 2023 they only had 7 crashes. So it can be done. If you put the right things in place, the drivers, the vehicles, etc., you can actually improve things. This table just shows another company that also implemented RTMS. Their crashes came down over 5 years from 37 to 20. But look at their driver error crashes, reduced from 19 to 5. And that's where they can make the difference. You can make a difference with the driver error crashes. Very difficult to control third-party crashes. And then you can see from their telematics, they were measuring speeding incidents, over 60,000 speeding incidents in 2014, and they reduced that to less than 5,000 over a 5-year period. So these are the issues that I've raised as sort of an introduction. I'm going to leave this slide up. And what I'd like to do now is to ask the panelists to each make some comments to address some of these issues that I've raised. And as I said, maybe there's some issues that I've missed. And after that, we'll take some questions. So, Mhlali, if you'd like to go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. One, I would like to appreciate you, Paul, for moderating this panel, but also Harry for acknowledging the importance of government being here when we have these discussions as the industry and the sector. I do want to give a disclaimer that unfortunately we are running 2 hours late, and I've got a 2 o'clock appointment that's very important that I happen to be the first presenter in. So I'm going to speak and leave, and I truly want to apologize for that, but I truly cannot be late for that meeting. As stated, my name is Mhlali Qada from the Department of Transport. I head freight logistics in the department. I just want to start off by saying that it is important for us to get a clear perspective and understanding of what government's responsibility and role is, what government is doing, what we have done, where we have emphasis and challenges, and how we're trying to resolve those issues. A lot has been said by the people that came before me. I mean, I think there was a lady who said that there are no current government policies that are dealing with road safety. And I would just like to deal with those misconceptions, but it's important that we come to these forums to place on record what government is doing. The CEO of TETA spoke quite avidly about the SGD goals. She spoke about particularly goal number 3 and goal number 11, which speaks to the necessity of road safety in all countries globally. What we have done as a department is that to that effect, we've developed what we call the National Road Safety Strategy. Now that strategy speaks to the eminent responsibility of government in the formulation of policies, strategies, frameworks, and plans to ensure that road safety is at the top. Now, we need to understand that in Schedule 2 of the Constitution, transport is a concurrent function between the 3 spheres of government, which means that national government, provincial, and local government have got a responsibility, and they play a critical role in the determination of road safety standards. We do have RTMC, who has that responsibility ultimately at national level. We do have SANRAL, and these are agencies of the National Department of Transport that deal with these matters. Now, to that effect, we have what we call in government the MTDP. Now, this is a 5-year plan that comes in with each administration. Now, with the current 7th administration that was promulgated after the last elections, these are the key priorities that the government has spoken to. The first one is inclusive growth and job creation. The second one is building capable state. And the third one is economic reform, specifically looking at energy and logistics. We would know and understand that there are two crises in the country. The first one is energy, the second one is logistics. And the government has developed what we call the National Logistics Crisis Committee to deal with the logistics element. And this is where we consider and are dealing with the issues of rail to road movement. We want to ensure equitable share between the land surface transportation, but we don't take just freight into cognizance. In the MTDP of the government, we are speaking to ensuring that in the next 5 years, that's 2024 to 2029, we will be moving from 40 million passengers on rail to 600 on rail. That is the target that the minister has laid and put for us. Now, with the policy frameworks that we have, we do have the National Road Traffic Act that we all know of, 1996, that speaks quite effectively on the need for and the necessitation for road safety. We also have the Decade of Action, and the Samadou spoke to it earlier on, which is 2021 to 2030, which had been launched by the Department of Transport. This cannot be done by government alone. The responsibility of the department is to create policies and create an enabling environment for everybody to thrive. So while we provide the infrastructure, the operations are done by everyone. So it's citizens and it's the private sector. So the responsibility of road safety lies with us creating the policies and law enforcement in particular, which is done, like I said, RTMC at national level, provincial level, and local government level. But the bigger issue and element is the citizenry. The education does filter down to even the rural areas. When we launched the road safety strategy for December last year, it was done in rural areas. So there is an element where government is trying to infiltrate and inculcate road safety measurements within the industry, but we need every single player. We need schools, we need societies, we need communities, we need CTRAC, we need University of Johannesburg. Every single person is here does have a responsibility to ensure that whatever information needs to trickle down to the exact individual that is actually working and walking on our network. Now, what is very important for us to note is that I deal with logistics, so I'll speak very little on passengers and look at the logistics element. Now, when it comes to freight logistics, we have an imbalance between rail and road, and that emanates from the deregulation of 1986, where a road was deregulated, which meant that, I apologize, I'm Xhosa, sometimes, Xhosa analogies, mean more or make more sense to me. So it means that road, which means it's open for all. Anybody at any given time can have a bakkie, a truck, and operate the road without having to register anywhere. And we are trying to right those wrongs which are created by that deregulation by introducing and inculcating the National Operator Registration System, which we're currently working on with RTMC. As you know, they are an agency of the Department of Transport. It will be a schedule under INATAS because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We already do have an effective system that registers all traffic. We just want quality regulation for the industry. We have drafted the freight road to rail migration plan, which was part of the APPs for the 2021-2024, the previous 6 administration of government. And with that, we have noted both industries that want to move from road to rail, and there's 6 prominent industries, the fuel industry being the biggest one, who are hoping to move over 12 billion liters of gas from road to rail. So we do have instances where we are coordinating as a department, and luckily with the current administration, when the president came out and said Transnet will now be reporting to the department, it becomes easier for us with the institutional arrangement to manage and monitor the effectiveness of how Transnet is taking over these commodities. Now, we all understand the current impasses and the challenges and problems that Transnet has, but those are being dealt with quite effectively within the auspices of the NLCC, and we're trying to work to ensure the effectiveness and also the infrastructure investments into Transnet that government needs to do for Transnet to be able to take on the responsibility. We then have PBS, or the smart trucks, as it were. Now, I don't want to give a historiography of how we got to where we are, but I think what's important is to note the following, that PBS is a strategy of government. That government takes into cognizance that we need more innovative, smarter trucks to run on the road. This is to lessen, number one, the number of trucks on the road because of the configuration, but we also need to take into cognizance that they can only move on certain routes. We understand that to date, PBS, we had a pilot, we had from phase 0 to phase 2, where we had a pilot project that started in KZN, where we had 2 of these PBSs. We are now scaling at over 1,421 of these on the road. And we do understand that they assist us with the less of carnages. It's about 40% less of carnages because of the PBS trucks that we have on the road, specifically on PBS. I'm not talking about other general trucks because they're longer and the configurations are quite different. We understand the importance of ensuring that there's less fuel, there's less carbon emission that these have been creating. Now, we need to understand that the rollout of PBS in the country needs to be gradual, and we need to understand the different construction and make of the roads in each province, because not all provinces can cater for PBS trucks. A typical example is that PBS trucks need to take into cognizance what are the what is this thing that is on top of the road? I apologize. Yes. I'm just having a brain log. I'm thinking about my 2 o'clock meeting. Bridges on the roads. As much as we've been able to this date to roll it out, it's started in KZN, it's now in Mpumalanga and Limpopo. We want to roll it out to all other provinces. And we're working with CSIR, we're working with government departments, we're working with academia, and we're working with general industry experts to ensure that these are there. We also like to commend RTMS, because RTMS was also a formidable structure that speaks to the need for us to self-regulate within the industry, that we don't always need to enforce law enforcement. We don't always need to be a country where we only do what's right because there's somebody in the middle of the road with a camera looking at what we're doing. That we need to get to a point where we take responsibilities as operators on the road and begin to self-regulate. And there will obviously be perks when you do self-regulate, when we don't always have to stop your trucks to go through weighbridges, etc., etc. So these are just some of the initiatives that we are having as government to ensure road safety. We don't only have an obligation to ourselves, we have an obligation to the AU, have an obligation to the international areas that we're part of. And when we're talking about integrated or intermodal interfaces, we're also looking at, when we're looking at decreasing the carnages on road in particular, because road has become the default mode of transport, and not because it's the best, because the current road infrastructure configurations were not created for the type of commodities and the passengers that we currently have on the road. But we're also looking at other modes of transportation. Pipelines need to come and take on specifically some of the fuel and gases that they were there to take on. Aviation needs to come and take on particularly some of the most high-end products that are currently moving on the road that should be moving in aviation. So we are looking at that intermodal interface, the critical component, to ensure that we lessen the current movement on the road. I can see Paul is saying, thank you, Mihlali. And I truly apologize. I have to go to the meeting. I would have loved to take questions, but those who would like to hear more about the department, I can leave my details and Paul has all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hlali. We really appreciate your input. I was actually getting more concerned about your meeting with the minister because it's going to start in any minute. I'm going to go straight ahead and ask Piet. So we go from government. Piet is with DP World, ex-Imperial. So he's responsible for a good few thousand trucks. And I think that it's really, really important if we're going to address road safety and road freight. It's important that we work together. So government and industry, and I've seen this in the RTMS project, where government and industry work together, join hands to make progress. So thanks, Piet.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I've listened to all of the panelists so far, and I mean, there's a common theme across all of them, and it's the safety linked to various role players. So from my point of view, there's 3 basic role players that makes up a successful safe road. One is the operator, so the guy responsible for the vehicles and drivers. The second part is the professional driver that's involved, and he's the guy behind the wheel. And then technology. I mean, we are in the age of the technology, and a lot of that can be used to the benefit of our operators. So if I jump into what does it mean to be a committed transport operator? So you don't just accept the norm. You don't say the law is the law and I need to abide by the law, or maybe 1% less. You want to be above the law and better than that. So I think the likes of the RTMS accreditation speaks words, and that is also part of the journey that we are doing to say we are better than what the road legislation forces us to do. Also look at our technology to decrease our roads incidents or accidents. So use it to the benefit. There's lots of great AI technology available today that you can actually use to look ahead and what's coming and where do you need to focus your energy and intent. Keen to understand trend lines. I mean, you've shown some tremendous trend lines of one of the operators where they've reduced their road accidents, and it's only because of data. So the better the quality of data, the better you can improve those statistics. Train and development of employees and force that. So don't just say once a year a driver has to go through an annual training event and tick a few boxes, but really invest in your drivers and make them better quality drivers on the roads. And then lastly, I continue to invest in technology. I think technology is at the forefront. There's lots of great aftermarket technologies. We look at Tecno here as well, and we've got some tracking providers here that gives us great insights of what's happening on the road. So use that to our advantage. Professional drivers. I mean, so for me, a professional driver is someone that's really vested in the safety of other road users. So what he does to prevent harm to other road users. And in that way, he's actually a professional driver. They're also keen to develop themselves. That's a guy that comes to you and says, help me understand better. How can I improve my scores? How can I look differently in terms of my consumption of vehicles and take care of my vehicle in terms of maintenance? And they embrace technology as well. Some drivers really worry that technology is going to take their jobs. But the ones that really embrace it, they come out top. And they're the guys we want to employ. And then recognition and reward. So we've been running a second year DOTY or DOTY competition for our drivers. And with great success, it creates a culture of competition within the guys. And there was always the number one in each category. But yeah, the second year running, and there's guys asking, where am I? I'm at the list. I'm going to make the shortcut. So it helps a lot. Technology. So for me, again, when both drivers and operators adopt technology, the end result is a safer vehicle on the road. Use it to their benefit. Latest in vehicle technology, I mean, Paul, you mentioned as well from all over, including the likes of China, there's vehicles coming through that assist drivers in operating safely, advanced technologies, brake assist, lane departure warnings, and stuff like that. It's just an enabler to make them a lot safer on the road. So I think it's going to be a slow transition, but when you start to adopt those technologies, you are definitely a safer road user or road operator. I spoke about metadata. There's a multitude of data coming through all of our platforms, and we need to embrace that and use that to our benefit, and ultimately develop tools to prevent incidents. And I think lastly, and something we started to embrace in the last bit, is e-learning platforms. Traditionally, a driver will come to a classroom once or twice a year, go through a set training program. But these days, there's technologies available for in-cab training where the guys park and wait at the offloading point, and he can revisit certain aspects, vehicle check sheets, safe operations. We can flag trend lines. Listen, guys, we had 10 incidents last week of whatever, rainy season, and start to preempt that with the guys and keep them reminded of what's out there. So that's also a brilliant tool to use in the technology space. And then two last points, just speeding. So we spoke about speed, and we've been running a few trials to test the impact of speed, but lower speeds than higher speeds. So now the road legislation allows 80 km an hour for a heavy truck. Most operators push the limit to 85 because you need some speed to overtake. We've actually slowed it down to 75 for a few things. We wanted to decrease our fuel consumption and carbon emissions, but also not impact operations. And where we've tested it, we've had zero impact on our kilometers achieved on vehicles. So by slowing down, we're actually speeding up. Stupid concept, but it works. And ultimately, we've got better fuel consumption on fleet as well. And then something we didn't even think about is the risk stats. So in those instances, we had a lot less speeding violations, harsh braking events, harsh accelerator events, because we are slower than the rest on the road. So overtaking is easier. So it worked beautiful in that instance as well. Yeah, and then one last point is road traffic law enforcement. So one of the previous panelists mentioned that she visited Europe and they tried to cross a road and then sort of been frowned upon because you can't jaywalk in this country. And I think we focus too much on the big ticket items, the overspeeding events and the big accidents and those sort of things. I think we tone it down, and even with our own drivers and operations, focus on the basic stuff, cell phones, belted, headlights, those things that really deliver the results at the end of the day. I think there's a brilliant story from Rwanda where they transformed the country in 20 years on their road legislation. And one of the things they focused on was jaywalking, how to make people more aware of the basic road rules, and started with that, and that then culminated in guys not skipping stop streets or robots or those sort of things. So yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Piet. You raised some very important points there. The one which I think I omitted was on monitoring, data collection and monitoring. That's one of the basic requirements of the RTMS standard. So if you don't collect data and analyze it, then how can you improve? If you don't know where you are, how can you improve? So that's a very, very important thing. And you did emphasize training. I'm going to ask Trevor Abrams, Executive Officer of the Road Freight Chamber, TETA. But I just want to say, I mentioned earlier about the importance of training of traffic officers. That's a great need in terms of trucks and truck roadworthiness. There's a huge need, and that's what the Brake and Tire Watch is trying to do. What can we do to improve that? Training of traffic officers in terms of trucks and truck roadworthiness. Number two is drivers. Piet mentioned drivers. Training of drivers is very, very important. And as I said, it's not a once-off training thing you go on. It's an ongoing thing. Every year you need to be having the different types of training, in-cab training, classroom training, e-learning, whatever. That's also a requirement of the RTMS. And then thirdly, we talk about the importance of roadworthiness of trucks. Who are the mechanics that are servicing these and maintaining these vehicles? I do my own car, change the oil filter and the air filter and the brake pads. But in big companies, you've probably got very well trained mechanics who are either you're certified by the OEMs who are servicing the vehicles. But with the smaller companies, to what extent are those mechanics where they may be doing their own servicing and repairs, are they properly trained? Maybe that's an area that could be improved. So I'm going to ask Trevor if he could say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, as Transport CETA, our main mandate is basically training. So that's where we excel. That's our main objective from our skills levy. And then to tackle your first one, Paul, where you're saying training of law enforcement officers. We do partner quite a lot with the Department of Transport. We also partner with some provincial departments. I can remember one program, I think last year or the year before last, where we assisted Mpumalanga in training an additional 100 law enforcement officers. 98 of them actually graduated. 2 of them not so, how can I put this across in a good way. During the training, it seems that they accepted bribes and they were actually caught. So in a way, it's a negative outcome for the 2, but also we can then applaud the facilitator and the trainers to actually pick this up and actually then move along with the training. So 98 of them actually graduated. Then part of the partnership is then to go back to the department and say to them, now where have you placed the 98 law enforcement officers? Because it's one thing just to train them and not to actually place them somewhere or actually operationalize them as well. So the department have actually absorbed them and they are actually on the roads making sure that they're enforcing our laws. We're also having a potential contract on our desk currently from the Department of Eastern Cape, Transport Department of Eastern Cape. Similar scenario, also 100 law enforcement officers that we're planning to train in that province. Then on the other issue, we find technology coming up quite a lot. And in training, we cannot shy away that technology makes things easier. I want to focus on simulators. We find that we also partner with providers and academies where they do have simulators. And these simulators actually assist a lot with new drivers and also existing drivers to actually give them a practice run of road conditions. I know earlier one panel member spoke about the snow. Those are not conditions that we find very often within South Africa. But these simulators, you can actually punch in the data and they can give a truck driver an experience of how the truck will behave on in a condition where it's actually snowing. So then we take the risk out of the fatality, meaning that he will not be faced with that situation while he's actually in the truck, but then his practice from the simulator, once he's actually faced with that scenario, will actually kick in. And also simulators can actually assist with cost effectiveness as well, because now you have the driver actually practicing on the simulator and not actually on the road. So it helps with insurance cost, it helps with fuel cost, and the driver can actually get more experience in terms of more hours. The third one I want to focus on is actually the driver, the health aspect of the driver. So TETA have quite a few awareness campaigns that we run throughout the year. And then in these awareness campaigns, we actually get in professional doctors, nurses, researchers to actually speak to the drivers in terms of their well-being, their mental health, if they are on chronic medication, how and when to actually take their chronic medication, nutrition, which kind of foods they can eat, and which kind of foods promote healthiness, and also fitness goals, because these things also do assist when they're behind the wheel, when they 100% alert and they're 100% fit, it does actually assist as well in terms of making our roads a bit safer. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Yeah, I'm absolutely convinced that training is an extremely important component of trying to improve safety on our roads. And then lastly, I'm going to ask Oliver Naidu, who's the Managing Director of JC Auditors. They are an accredited certification body for the RTMS audits, and I think Oliver's probably done over 1,000 audits, so he's got a good feeling of what companies are doing or maybe not doing to address reducing safety risk on our roads. Oliver?
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks, Paul, and to my fellow panelists as well. So the one thing which Paul mentioned that I'd like to just emphasize at the beginning of his introduction, road safety is often a very prosaic term, especially when we look at a business. And commercial fleet operations, the driving force is profitability, and that's totally understandable. So we should remember that none of us, we don't live on an island, or no man is an island. So road safety, commercial fleet operations needs to also be borne in mind in terms of what impact does it have on the economy in a broader context. If the roads are unsafe, it impacts on traffic flow. That means goods cannot be transported across the country as efficiently as they ought to. It affects the supply chain, and all of that impacts on the country's economy and our ability as a country to compete with other markets globally. So road safety should always be aligned to how can a business use it as a key part of its mechanism, not just for safety, but also to ensure efficiency, profitability is there in terms of the broader context. The RTMS project, as Paul mentioned, has been able to demonstrate that kind of benefit. Tangible road safety gain, but also efficiency, productivity gains as well. So for transport or commercial fleet operation, which is what I think the theme of this panel is, there are a number of things to consider. The one is, how does a company manage their payload or the loading and control of mass and dimensions? Not only is it a legal requirement, but it helps to prevent damaging the road networks. If a truck is overloaded, it affects the braking efficiency, it affects the tires, it affects the driver's ability to control the truck. So it's not just about safety. All of those have a big impact if the truck has a crash on the profitability. And then also vehicle maintenance, tire management, servicing of the trucks, preventive maintenance, etc., is a key component of commercial fleets. And often during the audits, as Paul mentioned, we've done a number of these that can be a challenge in terms of often the system is available. So there is a nice spreadsheet and controls, but it's often neglected when it comes to service overruns. In other words, the truck is allowed to travel for long distances without being serviced, and that presents a road safety challenge if the vehicle could be involved in a crash or collision. But the biggest thing in terms of the audits we've done, what we have seen is, and what it requires of a commercial fleet, and Piet and Abakwe and other fleets here will tell you, there is a requirement for there to be a culture change in the business. So how do you focus on loading the trucks correctly, maintaining them, ensuring the drivers are complying with the requirements? And it's not just, as Piet mentioned, an academic exercise. It should be aligned to building in safety and sustainable systems at all avenues or all parts of the business value chain. And that is not so easy to implement, especially when you've got bigger fleets, a large number of drivers, complex supply chains. It takes a lot of energy. So I think if one is a commercial fleet, having the ability to understand what are your core processes, payload management, vehicle maintenance, driving behavior, driver training, driver wellness is one that's often been marginalized. And we see with the RTMS, it compels the company to look at conducting driver medicals, understanding if the drivers do have chronic conditions, how do you manage these higher risk drivers? So all these mitigating measures will help commercial fleets identify their risk, and using technology, human resource, and other mechanisms to innovatively implement a culture that keeps the vehicle safe on the road and at the same time allows the business to operate efficiently, profitably, and thereby deliver on their mandate. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks very much, Oliver. Thanks to all our panelists for their inputs. I'm not going to try and summarize. I think it's been pretty clear the key issues. I think I'll just go straight over to managing some questions, if they are from the audience or online.
And audience, any questions from the audience? You can put up your hand so I approach you with the camera and the microphone.
This is your chance to get on TV.
Seems to me they're all happy. Perhaps there's somebody online. You're welcome to unmute yourself and ask a question.
May I continue?
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, my name is Dorothy Mbabiletsa. And I'll just, Paul, appreciate, and we have learned a lot today. And I'll start quickly with TETA. TETA, I don't think there's going to be a question from me now. What I will appreciate is we've got two ladies there, Urifilo and Olga, if they can have your contact so that when we have training, we just come over and plug ourselves in and all of it will be discussed there. And from Piet, you mentioned a rainy season. Yes. It's raining now and the roads are flooded. They're very much flooded. It's like there are small rivers there. So what I'm thinking is maintenance is key. Maintenance is key. And if our roads can be maintained, that will be great. because it's not safety now. When you go around, you don't even want to travel because you don't know where, you can't even see the potholes. Thank you so much for the session today. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to respond to your last comment. I mentioned about the importance of roads right at the beginning. And, you know, if you look at our national roads, they are well maintained, and the drainage. So we drive on our provincial roads. When it's dry, it's fine, assuming there are no potholes. But the minute it rains, like yesterday, the last few days, the roads, if the drainage is not maintained, you have flooding on the provincial road. The grass must be cut, the side drains need to be cleared so that that rainwater gets off the road, because if it doesn't, it becomes extremely unsafe. Aquaplaning, losing control of the vehicles, you don't see the potholes, so that's a very important point. Any more questions?
Anybody on Zoom, perhaps? You want to unmute? Seems to me everybody is happy. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. I wanted to ask the question, but I was afraid to ask you. I just didn't want to put you on the spot there. But thank you so much, sir. Yeah, because the thing of potholes is a problem. Some might feel that maybe when you go to Pimville, nobody cares. They'll let that pothole be the whole of Kimberley before it gets attended to. There's some discrepancies. So that's why I was afraid to ask you, Dr. Paul, about those. But thank you so much, sir, for handling that. And your panel was also spot on, very articulate and informative. Thank you so much. No, we've passed this. We've had lunch, right? Seconds? Anyone? All right, let's go to our fourth discussion then. Our moderator is Ms. Mashabane Ledwaba, Research and Knowledge Unit, Transport Education Training Authority. She'll be discussing with her panel, with the panelists, skills gap, scarce skills in the transport sector. Joining her is Mr. Eugene Herbert, Chief Executive Officer, Master Drive. Mr. Aubakwe Museta, General Manager Fleet, One Logics Pty Ltd. Mr. Tsepo Nathan, Acting GM, Corporate Services Metro Bus. Concluded by Unjingalwazi, Professor Joash Maketo, Head Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, University of Johannesburg. If I may please have all those people there, and if I may ask Umamuli Dwaba to take over.
Can I close that? I've already closed it.
Let's ask. No, she wanted to close this. Is this okay? You wanted?
I want to use my laptop.
For the presentation?
No.
Okay, put it on.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is quite a pleasure to welcome you to this final panel discussion for this afternoon on skills gap and scarce skills in the transport sector. My name, as introduced, is Mashabane Ledwaba from the Transport Education and Training Authority, one of the 21 SETAs in the country.
responsible for skills development in the transport sector. And I will be moderating this afternoon session. South Africa faces a critical challenge, and that is the high unemployment rate, particularly amongst the youth. According to the recent statistics from Statistics South Africa, the quarterly labor force survey, quarter 4, 2024, it has reported an unemployment rate of 31.9%. And with regards to the youth, those that are aged between 15 years and 34, the employment rate for that group is 44.6%. It's almost half of the youth that are actively looking for jobs that are unemployed. With graduates, 8.7% has been reported as unemployed. So our graduates are also struggling to find jobs despite the skills and the education that they have acquired from the different training providers in the public sector as well in the private sector. And with the matriculants, those that only have the highest level of education as matric, their unemployment rate is about 33%. The transport sector is one of the key drivers of economic activity, and it has a great potential to create jobs, more because it is dominated by SMMEs. Almost 90% of companies that we report on at TETA are small businesses. And SMEs drive employment in roles like commercial drivers, and that includes our truck drivers, our bus drivers, taxi drivers, as well as the delivery drivers. However, the mismatch between industry needs and workforce is a growing concern, and transport companies struggle to access skilled workers, particularly in areas like digital logistics, fleet management, supply chain optimization. This is also documented in our sector skills plan that us as SETAs, we are mandated to develop for our sectors every year. So the question is, are we equipping our workforce with the right skills? We now live in a digital era. Many of us can argue that as a country in South Africa, we are not there yet. However, there are some companies, especially the medium and large companies in the sector that are already exploring new technologies, digitalization, and as well as automation to transform and also optimize the operations. As a result, we have seen a demand for specialized skills, which is rising. But are we adequately preparing our workforce for these changes? What steps should the government, academia, and industry take to close the skills gap and address the scarce skills? These are the issues that we'll be discussing with my panel this afternoon. And in the discussions, I'm joined by a distinguished panel of experts who bring diverse insights from industry and also from academia. Please help me to welcome Mr. Eugene Herbert, the Chief Executive Officer at Master Drive, Mr. Awakwe Museta, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, the General Manager, Fleet at One Logics Pty Ltd, and lastly, Professor George Mageto, who's the head of department for transport and supply chain management at the University of Johannesburg. Gentlemen, welcome. Before we go into our discussion, let's start with a brief description of what your organizations are doing. I'll start with you, Mr. Herbert.
If I can just preface my comments with what we've noted, so many of the distinguished speakers beforehand have indicated the need for driver training, because it's one of the key components that addresses road safety. So our focus is to take individuals who are, doesn't matter whether they're good or great, but just to improve them to a level that makes them better users of the road. And as a result, if we can do that effectively, we not only reduce the cost to the fiscus, which is about 200 billion, but we also make it possible that they're more productive, the environment is protected, and then of course they get home safe to their families. And by getting a better driver behind the wheel, we accomplish several things.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Museta. What does OneLogix do?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Aubako Museta, and from OneLogix. Just maybe something that I just want to mention. I'm one of those that went through a program, a learnership program, as a professional truck driver, and I spent almost 3 to 4 years driving as far as the DRC in Africa as a whole as a truck driver. So I spent quite a lot of time on the road. And OneLogix is OneLogix Vehicle Delivery Services. It's got quite a few divisions under OneLogix. So I'm on the car carrier. So everybody drove to work. Most of your vehicles that you are driving today, we transport them either from the manufacturer to the dealership. So we do transport vehicles, and we are doing very well. I think Paul showed one of the slideshow earlier on where when we started to invest in training, where we started to look into road safety, we saw the results improving year by year. I mean, we used to have about 126 crashes, and as a business, you can imagine that you'll be running at a loss. But right now, the latest stats, in August, when I presented Paul, it was 2 incidents from 126. Unfortunately, one of my drivers messed up in December, so it moved to 3. So, but if you can imagine, from 126 incidents or accident crashes that were bad, we are now sitting at 3 accidents in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction and those insights. Prof, your role at the university as the head of department?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks very much for the invitation to participate in this very important event. So at the University of Johannesburg, we are actually a very comprehensive department offering qualifications right from bridging programs into the diploma, then very relevant diplomas to the industry. Then we get to advanced diplomas. We do over master's, honors, qualifications, and doctorate qualification. But that's not what I came for here this afternoon. All this information, you can find it online. So what is important is what Home was asked, and that is, do we have skill shortage in transport and logistics industry in South Africa? The cool answer is yes, we do have. And what are we doing as the university to make sure that we bridge this gap? One of the things we're doing is we're making sure that we are very relevant in our training, making sure that our graduates are industry relevant. And we're doing this by constantly reviewing our programs, and having experts, that is industry experts, sitting in some of our programs to make sure that they are actually relevant. Because one of the things that we've realized is that we churn graduates, but then when they get to industry, they are not fit for purpose. So that is what we're doing as much as possible, trying the best we can to have conversations with the industry so that we train people who are industry fit. And this has gone an extra mile, that it's not only going to be the university curriculum that is going to be relevant, but rather also introduction of short learning programs that these students also go through, so that, for example, they can go through short learning programs in coding, so that to just prepare them, so that when they get to your farms, they can be able to code in Excel and do what is expected of them. They can be able to maybe even work as drone pilots, because we've already trained them on this kind of things. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Prof. I think you've also touched on the questions that are coming in later, but I'll still ask the questions so that you can emphasize more for our audience. I want us to start by identifying the skills gaps, and I think the employers in the sector, the companies in the sector are more fitted to tell us what are the skills gaps in their workplaces. I know that, Mr. Museta, you are from the road freight, forwarding and clearing, freight handling subsector. Perhaps later we can also open the floor to our colleagues who are from the other subsectors of transport to share with us what are the skills gaps or the scarce skills that they have identified. So, Mr. Museta, what are the most critical skills gaps in your company that you have identified?
I will be honest with you, and as I mentioned earlier on, I'm one of those that went through a learnership program, especially when we come to the truck drivers. We have a big shortage. I know you spoke about unemployment, even in the youth. You know, I'm sitting there with some students, and I asked them, why the interest in transport? And it looked like it was something that was a second choice, because I don't think the education is especially when it comes from transport, is reaching everybody out there. We are thinking by sitting here we are doing much, but I can tell you now, if you go to the township and you ask people about what is transport, what do you know about transport, there's nothing much that they know about transport. So when it comes to our business with truck drivers, I think there was an article that I came across that in 2028 the shortage of drivers would have doubled with the current that we have, because we are running short of truck drivers. Number one, most of those skilled drivers, they were old people. Some of them, they are sickly because of health issues, and some of them are migrating. Some of the foreign drivers that were driving in the country, they are seeing better opportunities out there, and they are migrating to other countries. Europe currently also is in short of drivers, so they are looking into Africa. They are recruiting quite a lot of drivers from Africa, not only the foreign drivers that are driving in our country, but also including our South African brothers that are moving over to be drivers in that other country, leaving behind most of the drivers that are sort of, we spoke about corruption earlier, sorry about that, but what happened is that it's so easy to access an EC license code 14. It just costs, for some those that don't know, 8,000. You don't even have to be in a truck. So as a business, when you employ a driver, and you see that this person is inexperienced, he cannot handle your truck, I cannot trust that particular person with a 1 million truck and a trailer of that costs about 2 million, give a 3 million vehicle to a person that does not have a skill of handling my truck. That is why it takes us time to fill those placements for the shortage of drivers. So what we do in our case, that's why we are going so intensive in using programs like learnership programs, where we recruit our own drivers to young people, to say, let's rather put them through the training for 12 months. Thereafter, we give them their unit, because we can then trust them. So those are some of the challenges that we are facing from where I'm sitting, the shortage of drivers, of truck drivers.
I am actually glad that you are mentioning a shortage of truck drivers. I did indicate that as SETAs, in our sector skills plan, we have to identify how to fill vacancies. And we recently just did an analysis looking at the past 5 years of our top 10 how to fill vacancies. And I can tell you that from 2020, I have not gone beyond 2020. A truck driver qualification is on top of our list, top 3 from 2020 until this year. Even in the recent submission of the SSP, it's still there as a hard to fill vacancies. You have mentioned that there is a shortage because most of the truck drivers are old, they are sickly, some also migrate to other countries. But is there a specific skill that as employers you are requiring from the truck drivers or the pool of truck drivers that are there and already trained? I'm saying this because I know that from the training and education side, we do train truck drivers, and I'm just posing this question for improvement. Perhaps there are improvements that are needed in our training programs that we are offering to truck drivers. Just talk to the skill, and I'm going to move on to Mr. Herbert to tell us about the training programs that you are offering in your company, Mr. Herbert, if they do accommodate for truck drivers or the improvement of the truck drivers that we have in the country.
Thank you. If I can just take a step back again and just talk road statistics, the experts tell us that 95% of the crashes that we see on the road, accidents, collisions, are as a result of human behavior. And I think it's generally accepted. So when we started looking at how to effectively change drivers or improve driver skills, we looked at it from changing a behavioral component. Now, one of the things that we've identified in recent times, we hear what the shortage is, but if I can just talk to the way we train for a moment, because we must accept that we're talking different generations. Your oldest person in Generation Z, I think, is probably now about 28. The millennium is about 44, and then the Z is, I think, 60. So now, when we train drivers, how do we go about training them? Because your different generations have different ways of learning. So your generation, your latest generation, are quick to learn on tech. They can follow through, whereas your older generation, your X, they may not be as good as following through with the technology that we have today. So it's important that when we look at, and I commend any organization that's doing driver training, whether it's outsourced or whether it's their own, but we really should be looking at the quality of the training that our trainers have in order to be able to disseminate and share information. Because your learning profile is made up of the following: that's 70, 20, 10. 10% is theory or something like that. Now, you just think about an older generation that said, if we are presenting virtually, they're not too comfortable with the technology. They don't want to put their face on the screen if you're doing that. So we must understand what goes into the learning cycle, because one of the key points is that 20%, which is where coaching and mentoring take place. But we're so quick to say, oh, we've done driver training, they've done a course, and they've now ticked the box, they've attended in virtually. That's kind of the thing. Whereas the greatest learning, that 70% is when it's in cab, in the vehicle, because that's when the learning comes. So now, if you think for a moment, how do we change behavior if behavior is a problem? It's not necessarily the skills. I agree that our drivers are being exported, or others. So how do we train skills? Because there's three components to that. The motivation. Now, motivation can be good or bad. You have a look at the drivers who are running per load. They're rewarded. So what happens? Fatigue, etc., sets in because they want to make the money that they were promised. So what is the motivation? Now, who drives that motivation? It's the company, isn't it? Or the people, the organization that's driving the issues. So motivation can be good or bad. Reputable organizations, you've got DP World here earlier today, their drivers on a great incentive, so they want to drive better, they are safer, and as a result, they have positive outcomes. So the other component is the ability to do things. And this is what we found. There could be strong motivation, but the ability to do something need not be there. So we've attempted in the training, and this is for anybody to look at, how to get the best results out of the people that we are training. And if we can do that, then we have a successful operation. And if I can just use this analogy, and everybody should relate to it. We know that seatbelts save lives, eh? How many of us over here wear seatbelts? Does everybody? And if you don't, there's a policeman waiting outside. He's going to ticket you. All right. Okay. So if you now had a friend, relative that died in a crash because they didn't wear a seatbelt. You've probably motivated to wear a seatbelt, aren't you? But now if you go back to the older generation, when seatbelts were just across the lap, they fell, they were stuck under the seat. So it was difficult. But then notice what happened. Firstly, it became inertia real. And now, today's world, if you don't put your seatbelt on, it sends a reminder. So we're making it easy to wear a seatbelt because there's a trigger that tells us you must wear a seatbelt. And that's one of the reasons why we have such a greater use of seatbelts. If we as organizations can identify what the motivation is in the force training, what we can do to make it easier, and there's organizations, they have toolbox talks, they have all sorts of things. So it keeps it at the forefront of people's minds. So in our training program, anybody wants to talk to me, great, we'll give you a good discount, all right? So when you look at that, how effective is that in changing behavior? That's the question we have to ask.
Wow, that's very interesting. That is very interesting. I've been asking myself those questions a lot about truck drivers, but I also want to also touch on the other skills, Mr. Herbert, in your training institutions. Which training programs are in demand? Which programs are you finding yourselves as an institution training more recently?
It's interesting. Many organizations, and it's evidenced here, they've identified that driver training makes good business sense. Where does the bulk of our training, our driving take place? On the public roads. So we term that our defensive driving program. If we can teach drivers to drive in a manner that protects not only themselves and the load that they're carrying, I reckon it's closer to 4 million rand that my friend here talks about, and other road users. Because if the statistics are to be believed, a good percentage of people have obtained their driver's license fraudulently. The last I had was 50%. So the other driver, every second driver that we're encountering is a possible danger. So if I can drive so as to identify what he could be doing that negatively impact on me, I'm going to save my load, I'm going to save my boss money, etc., etc. So that's the primary one. But in recent times, you know, the technology in trucks is incredible. So sometimes we find in our training, the drivers get behind a truck when we're doing it, they don't understand the technology. They don't understand what ABS is, for example. So I put that in the door on the doorstep of the manufacturers. But again, they may want to, but the fleet manager, he gets the truck, he buys it, wherever it is, gives it to the driver. So who's responsible? So we have to close that gap to make sure that they're familiar with, because modern trucks today, they're economical, they're kinder to the environment. And of course, if you're using them properly, they're really safe.
All right, thank you for that. Let's just move to the higher education institution, Prof. Mageto. We often hear from our stakeholders that graduates don't possess the right skills. Graduates both from universities, from TVET colleges. So I just want to find out from you, how do academic institutions ensure that the transport-related qualifications align with industry needs?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Now, one thing that we find out is that many of the students who get into transport, some of them maybe didn't want to get into transport in the first place because transport doesn't look like it's a fashionable industry. It has been looked over time as an industry where you don't actually need any skills to get there. You can just get in and buy a truck or be a driver, and then you start life there. So there is one thing that needs to be done. First is to make transport and logistics industry a profession, and private sector have to come into the party and make it a profession, so that students who are studying transport and logistics can also feel like they are studying towards a serious profession. And that is very important. Sometimes you might think it's a small thing, but it's a big thing, because students who are studying finance feel like they're doing something serious than students who are doing transport. But when you look at it across the country, I mean, who is running the economy? It is transport. It's linking everything. Whose money are the finance people counting? It's money of the transport operators. So we need to make it a profession, and that must come from the private sector. So coming back to your question, why or how come some of the graduates who end up in industry are not well prepared for the industry? Again, it's because of lack of alignment. Higher education institutions, they're actually not talking to the industry practitioners. Sometimes the distance is too wide that industry don't actually know what those students are studying until they get into their doorstep. And then they're like, but you don't know this. Where did you study? Then universities also don't actually know what's happening in industry. So close collaboration is required. And industry partners will be coming to you to look for you for purposes of courtship so that we can have a long-lasting relationships with yourselves. So you must know that we are open for business. We are open for relationships so that we can know what you're doing in industry, and you can also know what our curriculum looks like so that we make sure that these students, when they get to industry, they are very well prepared. And we have initiated this with some of the industry partners, and we're trying as much as possible to make sure that we review our curriculum so that it matches what industry is doing, if not better, so that when the students get to industry, you don't have to do too much retraining to bring them to the standard that is required. But honestly, skills mismatch occur because industry and academic institutions or training institutions do not have any form of communication. So you as industry, yes, the ones who are supposed to inform our curriculum. So we need to be more and more engaging in this kind of events, and even getting into some of our program boards so that you can be able to advise accordingly. But as UJ, as the University of Johannesburg, we're very open to this, and we're doing program reviews in the diplomas, in the degrees, and also in masters and PhDs to make sure that even our PhDs, the research, the projects that they're involved in are projects that are industry relevant. They are solving specific industry problems.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm gathering a need for collaboration between industry and training providers. From your side, Mr. Herbert, I think the last question to you, and maybe the last one to also Mr. Museta, as an employer, what is your relationship with the training providers, both our private training providers and higher education institutions? Are you involved in the process of curriculum development? Are you engaged? Are you consulted? Mr. Herbert, what is your relationship as well with the transport companies that you are serving?
Thank you for that question, because I think you've addressed something that we neglect on occasion. We try to plan our training curriculum for the next 3 years. It's very difficult, but it takes into account technology. There's greater use of AI, vehicle data has been pulled, etc. So what we do is we sit down with those people who are our customers, the transport operator, and try and align what we are going to be delivering with what the expectations are. Because otherwise we find that you're going off to the left and I'm going to the right. So you employ me to come and train those drivers, but we're talking about different things. And therefore, unless we align that in order to get the best result for the driver, it's almost a fruitless exercise. So my encouragement is, do not go off and just say, oh, I know what I'm doing, because, you know, there's latest technology that's available. And I just think about the use of AI. Some of us are standing against it because we're frightened of it. It's going to put us out of a job. Let's not do that, because if we're doing our job well and presenting that to the bosses and to our customers, we're bonding and we have a common purpose to make our roads safer, and that, for better or for worse, is what really drives us, making our roads safer. The fact that we make money out of it in the process is purely academic, and I'm glad to see that the professor over here agrees with the approach. And to that end, in fact, I must share with you, we've set up an NPO that we want academia involved in formulating what should be made available to those people who are managing our fleets, because it's more by default than by design. I'm sure you agree. So you're a good driver, you become an instructor. Oh, hold on, you know how to make you light vehicles, so now I'll make you the fleet manager. There's no career development like that. If I can set it out for you beforehand so that you know in 5 years' time you're going to be taking over my friend's job over here, it probably makes a whole lot of sense. I'll give you a job then, all right?
Mr. Museta, your relationship with academia training providers, do you participate in curriculum development?
I'm very excited of what the prof just said, you know, that they're looking forward to work with industries, you know, the private sectors, because it's been something that really has been troubling me for some time, because I do have a program where every year we take some graduates in training to put them in training for almost 12 months. And mostly after that 12 months, we take them for our fleet controlling or other positions within the business, within our business logistics program. So it has worked for me, because in the past, what used to happen is that we will take somebody, for an example, to manage drivers because he's got a good relationship with the drivers. He can talk to the drivers, he can mentor them and all that. But there was something that was lacking also, because we are running a business at the end of the day. We still have to make profit. So you'll find out some decisions is more about body business. So if you bring graduates in, you are able to balance the two. We train them. So the only thing that I'm worried about, Prof, is that, you know, as you said, and I thank God that you brought it from your side, that we are sort of pulling two directions, and there's a big gap between our communication or us working together. Even earlier on, Mema Pefo mentioned that we need to come closer and work together, including the township. Every stakeholder must come on board so that we can build. Because for me, for 19 years, I've been in transport. And it's for the first time that I sit with a prof that will say, we are willing to work with you. And I've assisted most of the students from UJ, but we've never sat and gave our input on some curriculums that are happening. We are on the ground. And what you study here sometimes and what is on the ground is two different things sometimes, most of the time. But imagine if we are to work together and build each other, we will produce. And we won't worry about the scarce skills. We won't worry about the shortage of skills, because both bodies are working together. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. I'm not sure if we still have time, Program Director. I would like to open the floor, not for questions, Harry, but for inputs on scarce skills gaps that are in different subsectors. We've heard from Mr. Museta, who is in the road freight handling, forwarding and clearing subsector. Perhaps other subsectors, what are your skills gaps? What are your challenges when it comes to filling certain positions in your companies? Can I have the gentleman here, followed by the gentleman in blue and the lady in a duke or a beret?
Sorry, here's a lady that wants to ask a question.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am, come this side. You can't stand right in front of that speaker.
Greeting everyone. My name is Tobile Bengu. I'm a third-year student at a University of South Africa. Just a quick one. I would like to know on my panel, since we as students, we have like in terms of skills and advancement and access to occupational programs, we have apprenticeship, we have learnerships. So those learnership, internship are age restricted. But for those students who like over the age of 35, they are not mostly being considered because of their age. Yet they have their own qualification, but they also need the work experience and they also need like internship, like work experience, I might say. So how my panel or like training authorities like will consider this and our like maybe our logistics.
Thank you. Is there somebody else that we can in the meantime get there? Please, as we can keep it very short at the time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mutusi Mutsusi. I'm from Electric Civic, but previously 20 years with the railway sector. And one of the skills, and I think Ntate Museta has put it very clear, you take a graduate in the rail sector, you need to take that graduate for 2 years to train him to be a train driver or her for a train driver. So these are the mismatches that we have in the industry, whereby a full graduate needs to go for 2 years to become a train driver, which is an entry level. So for me is that an input again to say we need to get the labor organization. We know that our country is highly, influenced by labor organization and unions. And most of the time, when you want to upskill and then introduce new skills, that's where you have a big problem where they feel that, these machines are going to take our jobs. So I think next time in these forums, we need to get labor organizations to be part so that they can input in going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair, we're going to take another one. Fine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is Little Trading Enterprise. My question is that I want to say to gentlemen today, where you say lots of foreigners are being employed in the truck industry. He didn't put a truth in clear. The problem is that in truck industry, many employers are underpaid foreigners. And then when South African they came, because they come with the exactly price of minimum wage that need to be paid by the truck industry, because there is a standard that is regulated by the Department of Labor, how much a driver a month must be get paid. When you get it, the employer for salary of one person, he paid three people. And they don't even get rest. They get fatigue. They cause accident on the road. So what is happening in KZN?
Thank you for that comment. Can we take another one, the last one then? Oh, there is one. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm speaking as both a beneficiary of the University of Johannesburg, a logistics honors graduate, as well as TETA in terms of NQF9. So I'm also speaking as a skills development provider. And everything that you have been saying there makes sense. My only comment is that what will it take for the needle to move? Because right now, we've got a crisis where we've got young people that are sitting out there, and our landscape is such that grade 10s, when they choose careers, it's already been said, they undermine transport. And at the same time, when we go to the department, to the municipalities to apply for the PRDPs and PDPs, we are also treated like we are subhuman. So if you take a child who's going to do his learner's license and they're standing next to a truck driver who is being treated like that, how will the child want to go into logistics? It's a shock to my child that I'm a logistics honors and also to the other learners that I do training for. So the point I wanted to highlight is that I think the work is more on employers. The University of Johannesburg, it needs to be intentional with the industries. There has to be a calendar that says which industries or companies are we working with next year and how are we going to then collaborate. The logistics industry is broad. And today, unfortunately, I just hear us talking about truck drivers. There's maritime, it's a lot. And our young people are completely lost in grade 10. Is there a program that employers go to the schools and the schools are exposed? And beyond that, we need to take the holistic lifestyle of the generations that you are dealing with to say, if a life cycle of an employee is about 10 years, after 40, they are no longer able to contribute productively. What else are we going to give for them until they get to pension? So that we don't get into these intergenerational discussions. But the part is that transport is the blood life and it's running the economy. It's 10% of the GDP. The work that's remaining is on us as the industry and not just to leave it to other markets. For example, Vietnam and China have done it. They already have a plan for the next 30 years. The question is, as the industry, academia, and the schooling system, what is our next 30-year plan? And it needs to be preached and taught. And thank you so much.
Good one, thank you. Ladies and gents, we've got one hand on Zoom. We obviously, Chair, we're running very much out of time. Can I take this one and then the Zoom one, and then we close with that?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Refule Manchidi. I'm from the organization called WILATS. It's a women's organization in transport and logistics. So my question basically is that I'm very passionate about skills and development, and I don't see driving as a scarce skills. So why do we have more foreign nationals, truck drivers, rather than our local drivers? What are the challenges that you are faced with to recruit our local drivers? And how do you handle the language barriers, especially for those drivers that are doing cross-border?
Thank you. So the last one is then Dorothy, I see online. Dorothy,
Yes, thank you,
can
thank you.
unmute.
Thank you so much. I just would like to congratulate TETA and the training institution. Really, you are doing a lot just to bridge, the gap in this regard, because the universities, they've just admitted themselves that they need to do more. But then, Prof, it's good that you have identified the need that transports need to be a profession, and also that you need to work with institutions. What is left is, what steps are you going to do? Are you going to make sure that it becomes a profession? There needs to be steps, and time frames, so that even next year we'll be talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the brilliant questions. Some of you asked questions that I wanted to ask, but I was scared to ask. I'm glad that you did. I'm going to try and attempt to answer the first speaker that talked to access for 35 years and old individuals who want to access training. CETAs are supposed to be catering for both employed and unemployed learners, and there's no age restriction. All our training programs are directed to all age groups. So for us to assist you better, I want to recommend that you meet up with me after the session so we can discuss further. The rest of the difficult questions, I'm going to leave them to my experts of panel lists.
Can I kick off with that? The fact that you've got people here present attending this is an indication that they are serious about business. Yes. They're not the ones that are underpaying drivers. They're not the ones probably that are employing foreign drivers at the expense of South African drivers. So that we have a company like OneLogix and their record, let's say it's impeccable. So they're the benchmark. We should use them to highlight that you can still be successful, make money, even though you're going to be paying your drivers more than what foreign drivers can bring in. So maybe I would like to comment on that.
Thank you so much, my brother. I heard you. And the nice thing that is that I'm sitting here and I've engaged quite a lot of, including ATDF. I don't know if you have heard about them. Most of they were based in KZN. They are all over the country where they stood up for drivers, South African drivers, and fought against the illegal foreign drivers that are operating in the country. So I'm one of those that have sat with them, and I even invited them to our business and sit and talk to them and open my books and show them. I became transparent. It's unfortunately just like my dear brother has said here, it's unfortunate that when we discuss these matters, people that I call them, who are those backdoor operators, are not here. So that question is a good question, but for the wrong people. Because those people that know that they are not following the rules, that they are not complying, are not here. The ones that are employing my drivers, my brother, our drivers in our business, oh man, we look after them. And I can invite you at any given time. And the things that we do in the industry shows that is why we are bringing in South African drivers. Let me just take you about 5 years ago, our business started in cross-border in Zimbabwe. That's where it originated from, and it grew all over Africa. So we had some drivers that were originated from Zimbabwe, and I was challenged to say, you need to replace these drivers and put South African drivers. And let me tell you something. As I said earlier on, I drove trucks. I know the conditions of the roads in Africa. I know what it is to spend a month at the border being delayed waiting for documents, in a truck, sleeping there, bathing there. So take a South African driver. I put a test and I proved to many people. I put a test. I said, I'm going to advertise this position for cross-border drivers. I want drivers that will go to the DRC, Lubumbashi. Guess what? I even approached ATDF to give me CVs. We tested them. The minute we sent a South African driver to the DRC, let me tell you, when he came back, he said, I'm not going back there. I'm not talking about the hearsays. I'm talking about what I did in my business. But what am I doing currently to solve the problem that we are faced with is that I'm taking the young ones, because of the challenge that we are faced with young people in South Africa with unemployment. We are taking the young ones, we train them, we partner them with our drivers, we send them across the border, and we make sure we take them so that we are able to use our own South African drivers into the cross-border. And then the last one was about, is it, I think my sister, I didn't note your question. Can you remember what you said? I wanted to respond to her.
Foreign national.
Oh, the language barrier for South African drivers going to cross. Okay, drivers are drivers. You can be vendor, you can speak Nyanja from Zambia or wherever. Drivers, when they are at the border, you will love, they love each other, they come together. The language barrier is not a problem. When I went to the DRC, I remember my challenge was they speak French, most of the drivers, even the police officials. I had to employ somebody, a young boy, at the border gate to go with me into the DRC so that when the police stops me, I'm able to communicate with the police for about $10 at a time. So with the language barrier, I don't think in the industry it's a bit of a problem going across the border. Drivers always find a way. They speak one language to say, Fanaka Logo, it moves, Siapambil. It's just a game, as my leader said.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. Quite a few questions that I need to deal with. Now, one of them is the paradox that is in the country, whereby we have huge unemployment of about 45% among the youth, and then we have a skill shortage. So, like, why are we not training them? So that is a big paradox that is in that country, and but this requires government. It requires training institutions. and it also requires private sector to come in and partner. So those three stakeholders broadly should come together and solve the problem. But if you dig deeper, where are these youth who are unemployed? Many of them are in squatter camps, and some majority are in the rural areas. That is where they are found. Do we have training institutions in those rural areas? We don't have them. Do we have training institutions in those squatter camps? We don't have them. Do they have access to training institutions? They don't have. So that is where the problem is, that the government now needs, and the private sector needs to come in and take the training institutions or training opportunities to where they are needed the most. Those squatter camps, those rural areas, that is where we need to put in more effort so that we can get people who can be able to work in this industry. And if we don't do that, I mean, this one requires deliberate movement, deliberate action, that we want to go to specific squatter camps, we need to go to specific locations, we need to go to specific rural areas, establish TEFET institutions there, and train the youth. Because if we don't train them, count 10 years from now, how will it look like? 20 years from now, what is it going to look like? Because the population will keep on growing. So then another aspect that came out is we have said we want to make transport, logistics, and supply chain industry lekker. We want to make it nice. We want to make it fashionable. We want to make it a profession. But this cannot just happen. It has to happen from a policy perspective, because you can't wake up one day and say this particular discipline is now a profession. So it requires policy initiatives whereby we can say we have an entry-level license where someone who has attained a particular training, they can sit a professional exam. Once they sit a professional exam or they undergo through a professional practical, then they get a license, just like we have the professional drivers getting a license to drive those sophisticated trucks. So that is what is required in the industry. Do we have a warehousing kind of entry license where somebody gets particular competencies, then gets that particular entry license to work within the warehouse? And modernized, of course, because you realize what is happening is, for example, sometimes when we discuss with the students in class and we tell them, what's wrong with having robots in warehouses? They'll always argue that the robots will take our jobs from the warehouses. We want to work in the warehouses. So then, but then the big question is, if you could have asked 100 years ago, if you could have asked somebody who had a herd of horses, whether they would like to subscribe into cars, they will say, no, where am I going to take my horses? They need to be in business. So the whole thing is, as technology advances, it creates new opportunities. It makes us to be more productive. It makes business to be more efficient. And that is why we say, and I agree with my colleague here, what he said, that we need, as training institutions from higher education institutions, we train from the framework of business, logistics, and management. So we make sure that all our graduates, at least they have business skills, they have logistics art skills, and they also have managerial skills. So what they lack in many cases is the technical skills. And this is where professionalizing the qualification or the profession comes in, whereby now industry, you can come together and say, this is the technical skills that are required, and these technical skills should have a license. Then it makes it easier for the industry to look good, and also for the pay in the industry to go up. So the steps that can be taken from here in terms of making it a profession is actually what I'd started sometimes back, I think, with making sure that the whole industry sits under supply chain management profession, and then you have a certificate. Then from a certificate you have maybe a diploma. From a diploma is advanced diploma. From advanced diploma, then it becomes maybe a chartered member of that particular profession. So I think that those conversations are started sometimes back, but I'm not very sure where they are currently. But that should be the way to go forward. Policy is critical to guide any steps forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As we close, I think it is clear that we are experiencing skills gaps, skills mismatch in the sector, and that what we are taking home is that for us to close these gaps is not a task for employers, it's not a task for universities or our private training providers, but it's a collaborative task that we need to all come on board. We need to foster collaboration between employers, academia, and our private training providers. With that, I want to thank our esteemed panelists. You guys have been a great sport, and thank you for the audience. We hope this conversation continues beyond today and that we all play a part in shaping the future of the transport sector. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause before we leave. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also, thank you to our moderator, Umam Mashaban. So you were also scared to ask something, Umam Mashaban. Were you also scared to ask a question? Same as I. At least we know now that the potholes in Pimville will stay big as they are. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been totally amazing. Lovely crowd in the week that is so rainy, drainy, and quite tiring. You've made it to sit on that chair and plant yourself and gave your attention to all our speakers and our panelists. We'd like to thank them so much for coming through and sharing their knowledge. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. All right, before we go, my grandfather was complaining, saying girls of today, because she was, I'm saying to him, they're talking about technology. I'm saying one day you're going to have an artificial intelligent wife, you know? So he says, he asks me what artificial intelligence is, and I tell him, he says, no, that's good, because that one is not arguing with me. That one is doing what I want. When are they manufacturing that one? Because girls of today, so what's wrong with girls of today? So he says there's this girl that goes with this guy, and they're in a Range Rover, and the guy say, yo, as in, I've got something to tell you. It's gonna floor you. I'm sorry, I have to tell you this. And she says, what is it? The guy says, look, I'm married. And the girl says, sure, that's better. I thought you were gonna say the car is not yours. But thank you so much for joining us. Now, lastly and finally, to send you well off home. Oh no, after this, we're gonna have a Nelly to say thank you and bye. We've got lucky draws. We've got a lucky draw game. Okay, in South Africa, is Johan Konje, who does note for note, the first one, the legend man. Johan, come on, Harry, you white. Johan, I think it's Johan's statement. Not Fernald is a game show, and then it's me. In the modern era type of, before Kansas City and. So I'm the games master. So give me these things. Let's do it now. The lucky draw. Or what? Ilap. Oh, yini the lucky draw. Hayi makungabiyenziwa yini ku right.
Chair, can we have the, oh, can we have Nelly first, please?
Or you want to have Nelly first before the draw?
If you don't
All right
mind.
then.
So we
Sis
can
Nelly, can we have you? She is the founder and CEO of Nelisa Siswe Foundation. Come on, Nelly. Yeah. Yeah, chicana lo so yeah. She'll wake you, phone you at 2 o'clock. I'm reminding you, tomorrow is that function. Are you ready? Start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing well on this beautiful day. Yo, I'm so grateful. I am so grateful for this moment. And I wrote something, but I can't go there, it's late. I would like to thank all of you who came through. I would like to thank TETA for the continued support. We've been together doing road safety at the taxi ranks from 2019. Then last year we did Bergville. Then after the Bergville ReImagine road safety, we said, no, let us upgrade and have a summit so that we can have key industry stakeholders to come through. And yes, indeed, you came through. Thank you so much to the exhibitors. Thank you, Mr. Harry. We've been together since 2017, doing transport forums every month. Thank you to you, Jay. Yes, I am a master student now because, yeah, I've been a child of UJ from, long time ago. I had to continue now. I don't have a choice. And also what we do as the foundation, we also do the road safety. Yes, we do the road safety campaigns. We do educational programs, like we also do a site visit. We take students from UJ to different companies for us to be able to try and bridge the gap between academia and practicals. That's what we do as the foundation, besides what the other foundation does and like charity work. We are mainly focusing on the transport industry, ensuring that we empower our youth and our students, especially from UJ. Yeah, we will grow and go to the other universities and TVET colleges because the gap is huge in the market. Thank you so much to Master Drive. We are running a program for driver's licenses for the University of Johannesburg. Currently, we are training 150 students for them to be able to get driver's licenses. The reason why we are doing that is for us to bridge the gap as well, because most students, they get their qualifications. Then when they look for employment, the requirements as a driver's license, and only to find out that they don't have because they've been studying through NEFSAS. Then that's the other gap that we're trying to bridge. Then Master Drive also reached out to us to offer us free training for all our students so that they can be able to do advanced driving. Can you please give them a round of applause? In short, we are grateful and thank you so much to the team that has been assisting us. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Thank you, everyone. I am grateful and I'll forever be grateful. Thank you.
I've never been to a function where an award-winning MC, 2 times award-winning MC, South African legend of television presenting and acting, has never, and my English is impeccable and my isiZulu is very deep. I wake up and I do my job to the best of my ability for 30 years. And every function I've gone to, they have thanked me, you know? But people thank people and their children and not me.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, I forgot like a brother of mine next to me. Nimrod is a brother to me. As he's saying, I'm calling him any like 2 a.m. whatever. We have to go back to Bergville to wherever. He's always there when we are doing the road safety, even in Nelspruit. He's there with me. We are there in the taxi ranks together. He's not a celebrity there. He must be on the ground, distribute flyers. She knows when I'm there. She's not like, it's a brother of mine. Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the Tecno team. They are always there. Whether I'm hosting a soccer tournament, they are there. Whether I'm hosting a road safety, also they were at Bergville. I am grateful. Thank you so much, Masosha.
Good to be thanked. How do you think we make this happen? You must thank us. All right, let's go. Let's wrap it up. Let's have the prizes. If you want me to help anywhere, please let me know, King. I'm here for that.
Thank
Harry?
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. We'll be saying goodbye to the online people. Thank you very much for joining this session, and we look forward to seeing you again soon with the forums. The next one will be next 2 weeks' time, the 6th of March. But thank you, online people. We will see you again soon. So all the companies that's doing draws, you can please come to the front. We're going to give opportunity to do your draws now. And so I'm going to send quickly this bag around. This one is for the 2 transport forum prizes. So please drop your cards in here, either your business card or you remove the paper from this plastic card. And you can drop either one of them in here. So I'm going to send this around. So quickly throw it in here.